Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why are you playing all these now? They're on cooldowns. Ugh. A widget overload. I didn't realize that the ghost mask would be covered up. That's really funny, actually. Sorry, what's the problem? Can you guys not do math with that up? Oh! Oh my god, that actually got me. All right, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. This is the first of a series of charity events that... Get out of here. Go, get out. This is not your time. This is not your time. This is the first of a series of events, charity events that we workshopped with our community a long time ago, called the Slice of Strife. Because for a while now, I've referred to myself as a slice of life streamer. We love doing cozy stuff. We love doing crafts and, you know, we've done cooking streams and puzzles and blah, 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 blah. So the question was, how do we make those things not relaxing? How do we make those things not relaxing anymore? For good. How do we make those things not relaxing, but for a good cause? Just, oh my God, that got me. Stop it. I was like, Sam? So we created the Slice of Strife idea, and we're finally putting it into play, into practice, with our very first event, reading through the entirety of Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. One moment, let me fix tape tools because for some reason it got hinky. There we go. So, what options do you have? You do have options. You do. When donating, take a look at this. I also posted it, and it's also below the stream. Oh, I probably should have put this in here earlier. These are special amounts that you can donate that will affect how I'm reading. You can make my life easier. You can also make it way harder. Or you could be really rich and just end the stream instantly if you're like, I hate this. I hate reading. I hate books. Here's 10K to end it all. And you might say, 10K, but the goal is 5K. Yeah. If you're just gonna rip everyone's fun away, you gotta pay for it, okay? Double the goal. But you might be like, Dodger, I don't really have money to give to a charity right now. That's okay. If you're a frequent viewer and you've got some channel points to spend, we've set up a bunch of ambient sound cues that are now in the channel point redemptions that you can redeem to freak me out, to freak chat out, to just add to the vibes. A couple of them are long and loud. And so they are on an hour-long cooldown. But the other ones are every 10 minutes. One of you can redeem those. And so far, I've gotten tripped up by 3 of them since putting my headset on, so this is not boding well for me. We've also got the Ghost Game. Ghost Game is not active while we are reading, but if we take breaks during the starting screen, all of that, the Ghost Game will be active. You can do !ghost to figure out how to play that. Go away! You can do !ghost to find out how to play that. And someone pointed out that the donations list covers up the math problem that you have to solve to get the special ghost, which I think is hilarious. Make math harder. That's what I think should happen. No. Make math harder. That's what I think. There are going to be audio cues that my mods are in charge of. If one of our special donation numbers is hit and I need to adjust how I'm reading, then the mods will be able to play that audio cue for me to let me know that I need to change what I'm doing. So last thing.
Backwards, 1 minute.
Yeah, like that. Read backwards, 1 minute. Like that. We haven't started reading yet. Feignin'. But hey, I appreciate all of the donations. Look at that. We've hit 100. Thank you guys so much. What a fantastic start. I guess I'll be starting backwards. Wait. No, I'll read fast. I'll read fast from the get-go. So also lastly, here, let me bring this up really quickly. The most important thing, huh? We are supporting Room to Read today. This is an organization that is all about literacy and gender equality in education, which I thought was perfect for us if we're going to be reading today. If you want to read any more about them, if you want to see their stop that. If you want to see their video content or anything like that to tell you more about the group, if you want to check them on, Charity Watch sort of websites, see if they align with your values, please do. They have excellent ratings and accountability. They're very action forward. So I was really happy to choose them today. It's perfect for chat. They can't read. Oh my God. Normally the joke is that the streamer can't read. Do they stack? Could we do 15 minutes of reading fast? If 15 people donated $16 in a row, I guess so. Keep in mind though, if I'm reading fast, I'm not doing voices. I'm just reading fast. Okay. I have no idea what you're writing, but I'm sure it's nice. Okay, shall we get started? Shall we get started? I have a question to pose to you, chat. Do you want some nice fireplace crackly noises in the background while we read, or would you rather it be silent? I'm happy to do what the majority would like. Fire, a little fire. Yes, fire. Fireplace. Okay. I want ghost noises. I'll leave that to chat. I gave you guys plenty of sounds to work with. I'm trying to remember if this one's good. Yeah. A little bit of that. How's that volume level? Can you hear any of that? There is a books category. It says it's a puzzle indie game about education. But I think it's just books, you know? What about now? Can you hear it now? Just booking. Just reading. I don't think so. Dang it. That's so loud for me. But if it's a good level for you, I'll just turn my stuff down. Scary. I agree. This feels very crackly. I don't know if I want it that crackly. I hate that one. Hello? All right. Are we okay with that volume level on the fireplace crackles? Yes. Fantastic. Then, without further ado, let us begin. Letter 1 of Frankenstein. And let me also introduce you to the lovely little creatures that our beloved shoes made for today. Come on out, Bobby. Yeah, Shoes is in chat right now. Alrighty. This is our beloved Robert. These letters are written by Robert. So he is our narrator for the most part. And I might dink around and forget which hotkey is which. Stop that. I might forget which hotkey is which character. Just FYI. So, if we flop around and forget, I'm very sorry. Okay. It begins. Letter 1 to Mrs. Savy, England. St. Petersburg, December 11th, 1917. You will rejoice to hear that no disaster has accompanied the commencement of an enterprise which you have regarded with such evil forebodings. I arrived here yesterday, and my first task is to assure my dear sister of my welfare and increasing confidence in the success of my undertaking. I forgot I'm supposed to go fast. Ready? 1 minute of fast. I'm already fallen north of London, and as I walk the streets of Petersburg, I feel a cold northern breeze play across my cheeks, which braces my nerves and fills me with delight. Do you understand this feeling? This breeze, which has traveled from the regions towards which I am advancing, gives me a foretaste of those icy climes, and spirited by the wind of promise, my daydreams become more fervent and vivid. I try in vain to be persuaded that the pole of the seed of the frost and desolation is ever present itself to the imagination in the region of beauty and delight. There, Margaret, the sun is ever visible, its broad disk just skirting the horizon and diffusing a perpetual splendor. There, for your leave, my sister, I will put some trust in proceeding. Navigate with their snow and frost are banished, and sailing over a calm sea, we may be wafted to a land surpassing in wonders and in beauty every region hitherto discovered on the habitable globe. Its productions and features may be without example, as the phenomena of the heavenly bodies undoubtedly are in those undiscovered solitudes. What may not be expected in a country of eternal light. I may there discover the wondrous power which attracts the needle, and may regulate 1,000 celestial observations that require only this voyage to render their seeming eccentricities consistent forever. I shall satiate my ardent curiosity with the sight of a part of the world never before visited, and may tread a land never before imprinted by the foot of man. These are my enticements, and they are sufficient to conquer all fear of danger or death, and to induce me to commence this laborious voyage with the joy a child feels when he embarks in a little boat with his holiday mates on an expedition of discovery up his native river. But supposing all these conjectures to be false, you cannot contest the inestimable benefit which I shall confer on all mankind to the last generation by discovering a passage near the pole to those countries, to reach which at present so many months are requisite, or by ascertaining the secret of the magnet, which, if at all possible, can only be effected by the undertaking such as mine. costume. These reflections have dispelled the agitation with which I began my letter, and I feel my heart glow with an wow, I'm off to a terrible start. An enthusiasm which elevates me to heaven. For nothing contributes so much to tranquilize the mind as a steady purpose, a point on which the soul may fix its intellectual eye. This expedition has been the favorite dream of my early years. I have read with ardor the accounts of the various voyages which have been made in the prospect of arriving at the North Pacific Ocean through the seas which surround the pole. You may remember that a history of all the voyages made for purposes of discovery composed the whole of our good Uncle Thomas's library. My education was neglected, yet I was passionately fond of reading. These volumes were my study day and night, and my familiarity with them increased that regret which I had felt as a child on learning that my father's dying injunction had forbidden my uncle to allow...
A paragraph.
Okay. To this shit? I am already far north. You know what? That's fair. I don't think any of us knew what this paragraph said. I'm already far north of London, and as I walk in the streets of Petersburg, I feel a cold northern breeze play upon my cheeks, which braces my nerves and fills me with delight. Do you understand this feeling, this breeze which has traveled from the regions towards which I'm advancing? It gives me a foretaste of those icy climes. Inspirited by this wind of promise, my daydreams become more fervent and vivid. I try in vain to be persuaded that the pole is the seat of frost and desolation.
Backwards 1 minute.
And frost of seat, the is pole, the that persuaded be too vain and try I, vivid and fervent more become daydreams. My promise of wind, this by inspirited, climbs icy, those of foretaste, me gives. Advancing my promise of wind, this by inspirited, climbs icy, those... Oh no!
Change a character voice.
All right. We haven't had a character yet. And the narrator can't be changed. Hold on to that one. Mods, remind me of that one, okay? First main character that we run into. First main character we run into. We'll give them a different voice than what I intended. I don't think I did the full minute backwards. Breeze this feeling, this understanding you do, delight with me fills and nerves my braces, which cheeks, my upon play breeze northern cold, feel I. Now I can read that for technically the 4th time. I feel a cold northern breeze play upon my cheeks, which braces my nerves and fills me with delight. Do you understand this feeling? This breeze which has traveled from the regions toward which I'm advancing gives me a foretaste of those icy climes, inspirited by this wind of promise. My daydreams become more fervent and vivid. I try in vain to be persuaded that the pole is the seat of frost and desolation. It ever presents itself to my imagination as the region of beauty and delight. There, Margaret, the sun is forever visible, its broad disk just skirting the horizon and diffusing a perpetual splendor. There, for with your leave, my sister, I will put some trust in preceding navigators. There snow and frost are banished, and sailing over a calm sea we may be wafted to a land surpassing in wonders and in beauty every region hitherto discovered on the habitable globe. Its productions and features may be without example, as the phenomena of the heavenly bodies undoubtedly are in those undiscovered solitudes. What may not be expected in a country of eternal light, I may there discover the wondrous power which attracts the needle, and may regulate 1,000 celestial observations that require only this voyage to render their seeming eccentricities consistent forever. I shall satiate my ardent curiosity with the sight of a part of the world never before visited, and may tread a land never before imprinted by the foot of man. There are my enticements, and there are sufficient to conquer all fear of danger or death, and to induce me to commence this laborious voyage with the joy a child feels when he embarks in a little boat with his holiday mates on an expedition of discovery up his native river. But, supposing all these conjectures to be false, you cannot contest the inestimable benefit which I shall confer on all mankind to the last generation, by discovering a passage near the pole to those countries, to reach which at present so many months are requisite, or by ascertaining the secret of the magnet, which, if at all possible, can only be effected by an undertaking such as mine. Those reflections have dispelled the agitation with which I began my letter, and I feel my heart glow with an enthusiasm which elevates me to heaven, for nothing contributes so much to tranquilize the mind as a steady purpose, a point on which the soul may fix its intellectual eye. This expedition has been the favorite dream of my early years. I have read with ardor the accounts of various voyages which have been made in the prospect of arriving at the North Pacific Ocean, through the seas which surround the pole. You may remember that a history of all the voyages made for purposes of discovery composed the whole of our good Uncle Thomas's library. My education was neglected, yet I was passionately fond of reading. These volumes were my study day and night, and my familiarity with them increased that regret which I had felt as a child on learning that my father's dying injunction had forbidden my uncle to allow me to embark in a seafaring life. These visions faded when I perused for the first time those poets whose effusions entranced my soul and lifted it to heaven. I also became a poet, and for 1 year lived in a paradise of my own creation. I imagined that I also might obtain a niche in the temple where the names of Homer and Shakespeare are consecrated. Oh my God, you are well acquainted with my failure and how heavily I bore the disappointment. But just at that time, I inherited the fortune of my cousin. My thoughts were turned to the channel of their earlier bent. 6 years have passed since I resolved on my present undertaking. I can even now remember the hour from which I dedicated myself to this great enterprise. I commenced by... No, stop it! I commenced by inuring my body to hardship. I accompanied the whale fishers on several expeditions to the North Sea. I voluntarily endured cold, famine, thirst, and want of sleep. I often worked harder than the common sailors during the day, and devoted my nights to the study of mathematics, the theory of medicine, and those branches of physical science from which a naval adventurer might derive the greatest practical advantage. Twice I actually hired myself as an undermate in a Greenland whaler, and acquitted myself to admiration. I must own I felt a little proud when my captain offered me the second dignity in the vessel, and entreated me to remain with the greatest earnestness, so valuable did he consider my services. And now, my dear Margaret, do I not deserve to accomplish some great purpose? My life might have been passed in ease and luxury, but I preferred glory to every enticement that wealth placed in my path. That some encouraging voice would answer in the affirmative. My courage and my resolution is firm, but my hopes fluctuate and my spirits are often depressed. I am about to proceed on a long and difficult voyage, the emergencies of which will demand all my fortitude. I am required not only to raise the spirits of others, but sometimes to sustain my own, when theirs are failing. This is the most favorable period for traveling in Russia. They fly quickly over the snow in their sledges. The motion is pleasant and, in my opinion, far more agreeable than that of an English stagecoach. The cold is not excessive if you are wrapped in furs, a dress which I have already adopted, for there is a great difference between walking the deck and remaining seated motionless for hours. When no exercise prevents the blood from actually freezing in your veins. I have no ambition to lose my life on the post road between St. Petersburg and Archangel. I shall depart for the latter town in a fortnight, or 3 weeks. My intention is to hire a ship there, which can easily be done by paying the insurance for the owner, and to engage as many sailors as I think necessary among those who are accustomed to the whale fishing. I do not intend to sail until the month of June. And when shall I return? Ah, dear sister, how can I answer that question? If I succeed, many, many months, perhaps years will pass before you and I may meet. If I fail you, you will see me again soon. Or never. Farewell, my dear, excellent Margaret. Heaven shower down blessings on you, and save me, that I may again and again testify my gratitude for all of your love and kindness. Your affectionate brother, R. Walton. letter number 1. So Robert Walton is like, bro, I've always wanted to be on the sea. I want to go on an expedition so bad. And as an adult is pursuing that and has found a love of science and specifically has an interest in the relationship between the poles and magnets. So that's basic. And he's got a sister named Margaret. and he loves poetry. Okay, fantastic. Letter number 2. To Mrs. Saville, England. Archangel, 28th of March. How slowly the time passes here, encompassed as I am by frost and snow. Yet a second step is taken towards my enterprise. I've hired a vessel. I am occupied in collecting my sailors. Those whom I have already engaged appear to be men on whom I can depend, and are certainly possessed of dauntless courage. But I have one want, which I have never yet been able to satisfy, and the absence of the object of which I now feel as a most severe evil. I have no friend, Margaret. When I am glowing with the enthusiasm of success, there will be none to participate in my joy. If I am assailed by disappointment, no one will endeavor to sustain me in dejection. I shall commit my thoughts to paper, that is true, but that is a poor medium for the communication of feeling. I desire the company of a man who could sympathize with me, whose eyes would reply to mine. You may deem me romantic, my dear sister, but I bitterly feel the want of a friend. I have no one near me, gentle yet courageous, possessed of a cultivated as well of a capacious mind, whose tastes are like my own, to approve or amend my plans. How would such a friend repair the faults of your poor brother? I am too ardent in execution and too impatient of difficulties. But it is a still greater evil to me that I am self-educated. For the first 14 years of my life, I ran wild on a common and read nothing but our Uncle Thomas's books of voyages. At that age, I became acquainted with the celebrated poets of our own country, but it was only when I had ceased to be in my power to derive its most important benefits from such a conviction that I perceived the necessity of becoming acquainted with more languages than that of my native country. Now I'm 28 and am in reality more illiterate or Shush! Shush! Now I am 28 and am in reality more illiterate than many schoolboys of 15. It's true I have thought more, that my daydreams are more extended and magnificent, but they want, as the painters call it, keeping. And I greatly need a friend who would have sense enough to not despise me as romantic, and affection enough for me to endeavor to regulate my mind. Well, these are useless complaints. I shall certainly find no friend in the wide ocean, nor even here in Archangel among merchants and seamen. Yet, some feelings unallied to the dross of human nature beat even in these rugged bosoms. My lieutenant, for instance, is a man of wonderful courage and enterprise. He is madly desirous of glory, or rather, to word my phrase more characteristically, of advancement in his profession. He is an Englishman, and in the midst of national and professional prejudices, unsoftened by cultivation, retains some of the noblest endowments of humanity. I first became acquainted with him on board a whale vessel. Finding that he was unemployed in this city, I easily engaged him to assist in my enterprise. The master is a person of an excellent disposition, and is remarkable in the ship for his gentleness and the mildness of his discipline. This circumstance, added to his well-known integrity and dauntless courage, made me very desirous to engage him. A youth passed in solitude, my best years spent under your gentle and feminine fosterage, has so refined the groundwork of my character that I cannot overcome an intense distaste to the usual brutality exercised on a board ship. I've never believed it to be necessary, and when I heard of a mariner equally noted for his kindliness of heart and the respect and obedience paid to him by his crew, I felt myself peculiarly fortunate in being able to secure his services. I heard of him first in a rather romantic manner from a lady who owes to him the happiness of her life. This briefly is his story. Some years ago, he loved a young Russian lady of moderate fortune, and having amassed a considerable sum in prize money, the father of the girl consented to the match. He saw his mistress once before the destined ceremony, but she was bathed in tears, throwing herself at his feet, entreated him to spare her, confessing at the same time she loved another, that he was poor, that her father would never consent to the union. My generous friend reassured the suppliant, and on being informed of the name of her lover, instantly abandoned his pursuit. He had already bought a farm with his money, on which he had designed to pass the remainder of his life. He bestowed the whole on his rival, together with the remains of his prize money to purchase stock, and then himself solicited the young woman's father to consent to her marriage with her lover. The old man decidedly refused, thinking himself bound in honor to my friend, who, when he found the father inexorable, quitted his country, nor returned until he heard that his former mistress was married according to her inclinations. What a noble fellow, you might exclaim. He is so, but then he is wholly uneducated. He is as silent as a Turk, and a kind of ignorant carelessness attends him, which, while it renders his conduct the more astonishing, detracts from the interest and sympathy which otherwise he would command. Yet I do not suppose, because I complain a little, or because I can conceive a consolation for my toils, which I may never know, that I am wavering in my resolutions. These are as fixed as fate, and my voyage is now only delayed until the weather shall permit my embarkation. The winter has been dreadfully severe, but the spring promises well and is considered as the remarkably early season, so that perhaps I may sail sooner than I had expected. I shall do nothing rashly. You know me sufficiently to confide in the prudence and considerateness whenever the safety of others is committed to my care. I cannot describe to you the sensations of the near prospect of my undertaking. It is impossible to communicate to you a conception of the trembling sensation, half pleasurable and half fearful, with which I am preparing to depart. I am going to unexplored regions, to the land of mist and snow, but I shall kill no albatross. Therefore do not be alarmed for my safety, or if I should come back to you as a worn and woeful of the ancient mariner, you will smile at my illusion, but I will disclose a secret I have often attributed to my attachment to my passionate enthusiasm for the dangerous mysteries of ocean, to that production of the most imaginative of modern poets. There is something at work in my soul which I do not understand. I am practically industrious, painstaking, a workman to execute with perseverance and labor. But besides this, there is a love for the marvelous, a belief in the marvelous, intertwined in all my projects, which hurries me out of the common pathways of men, even to the wild sea and unvisited regions I am about to explore. But to return to dearer considerations, I shall meet you again. And having traversed immense seas, what's so funny? Stop it!
A paragraph.
Okay. Yet I do not suppose, because I complain a little, or because I can conceive a consolation for my toils, which I may never know, that I am wavering in my resolutions. Those are as fixed as fate, and my voyage is now only delayed until the weather shall permit my embarkation. The winter has been dreadfully severe, but the spring promises well, and it is considered as a remarkably early season, so that perhaps I shall sail sooner than I expected. I shall do nothing rashly. You know me sufficiently to confide in my prudence and considerateness whenever the safety of others is committed to my care. I cannot describe to you my sensations on the near prospect of my undertaking. It is impossible to communicate to you a conception of the trembling sensation, half pleasurable, half fearful, with which I am preparing to depart. I am going to unexplored regions, to the land of mist and snow. But I shall kill no albatross, therefore do not be alarmed for my safety. Or if I should come back to you as worn and woeful as the ancient mariner, you will smile at my illusion, but I will disclose a secret I have often attributed my attachment to.
A paragraph.
But to return to dearer considerations, who cares about all that? Shall I meet you again, after having traversed immense seas and returned by the most southern cape of Africa or America? I dare not expect such success, yet I cannot bear to look on the reverse of the picture. Continue for the present to write to me by every opportunity. I may receive your letters on some occasions when I need them most to support my spirits. I love you very tenderly. Remember me with affection, should you never hear from me again. Your affectionate brother, Robert Walton. It's killing me that both letters so far he's been like, and I might die. Hey man, miss you a lot. Love you so much. I might fucking die out here. So wish me luck, I guess. Wish me luck, dude. I don't know. Who's to say? Might be alive, might be dead. Should I swing by after I go to Africa or America? You know, if I'm still alive. All right, 2 letters down. How many? Somebody was asking earlier. Okay. So we've got 24 chapters and 4 starting letters. We are halfway through the letters. To Mrs. Seville, England, July 7th. My dear sister, try that again. My dear sister, I write a few lines in haste to say that I am safe and well advanced on my voyage. This letter will reach England by a merchantman now on its homeward voyage from Archangel, more fortunate than I, who may not see my native land perhaps for many years, because I might be frickin' dead, who knows? I am, however, in good spirits. My men are bold and apparently firm of purpose, nor do the floating sheets of ice that continually pass us, indicating the dangers of the region towards which we are advancing, appear to dismay them. We have already reached a very high latitude, but it is the height of summer, and although not so warm as in England, the southern gales which blow us speedily towards those shores which I so ardently desire to attain breathe a degree of renovating warmth which I had not expected. No incidents have hitherto befallen us that would make a figure in a letter. 1 or 2 stiff gales and the springing of a leak are accidents which experienced navigators scarcely remember to record, and I shall be well content if nothing worse happens to us during our voyage. Adieu, my dear Margaret. Be assured that for my own sake as well as yours, I will not rashly encounter danger. I will be cool, persevering, and prudent. But success shall crown my endeavors. Wherefore not? Thus far I have gone, tracing a secure way over the pathless sea, the very stars themselves being witness and testimonies of my triumph. Why not still proceed over the untamed, yet obedient element? What can stop the determined heart and resolved will of man? My swelling heart involuntarily pours itself out thus, but I must finish. Heaven bless my beloved sister. And our final letter, letter 4, to Mrs. Seville, England, August 5th. So strange an accident has happened to us that I could not forbear recording it, although it is very probable that you will see me before these papers come into your possession. Bro, it's the second knock. The second knock on that sound file fucks me up so bad. Oh my God! We're over 450 bucks. Let's go! Let's go! Thank you so much, guys. I know we've only begun, but I hope you enjoy. Let's go! I love reading! Last Monday, July 31st, we were nearly surrounded by ice, which closed in the ship on all sides, scarcely leaving her the sea room in which she floated. Our situation was somewhat dangerous, especially as we were compassed around by a very thick fog. We accordingly lay to, hoping that some change would take place in the atmosphere and weather. About 2 o'clock, the mist cleared away, and we beheld, stretched out in every direction, vast and irregular plains of ice, which seemed to have no end. Some of my comrades groaned. My own mind began to grow watchful with anxious thoughts. When a strange sight suddenly attracted our attention and diverted our solicitude from our own situation. We perceived a low carriage, fixed on a sledge, drawn by dogs, pass on toward the north. At the distance of a half mile, a being which had the shape of a man, but apparently of gigantic stature, sat in the sledge, guided the dogs. We watched the rapid progress of the traveler with our telescopes until he was lost among the distant inequalities of the ice. The appearance excited our unqualified wonder. I love that sentence. We were, as we believed, many hundreds of miles from any land, but this apparition seemed to denote that it was not in reality so distant as we had supposed. Shut in, however, by ice, it was impossible to follow his track, which we had observed with the greatest attention. About 2 hours after this occurrence, we heard the ground sea, and before night the ice broke and freed our ship. We, however, lay to until the morning, fearing to encounter in the dark those large, loose masses which float about after the breaking up of ice. I profited off this time to rest for a few hours. In the morning, however, as soon as it was light, I went upon deck and found all the sailors busy on one side of the vessel, apparently talking to someone in the sea. It was, in fact, a sledge, like that we had seen before, which had drifted towards us in the night on a large fragment of ice. Only one dog remained alive, but there was a human being within it, whom the sailors were persuading to enter the vessel. He was not, as the other travelers seemed to be, a savage inhabitant of some undiscovered land, but a European. When I appeared on deck, the master said, "Here's our captain. He will not allow you to perish on the open sea." On perceiving me, the stranger addressed me in English with a foreign accent. I'm trying to remember if this is Victor. I think it is, but until confirmation, it would be mysterious European. The mysterious European. "Before I come on board your vessel," said he, "will you have the kindness to inform me whither you are bound?" You may conceive my astonishment on hearing such a question addressed to me from a man on the brink of destruction, and to whom I should have supposed that my vessel would have been a resource which he would not have exchanged for the most precious wealth the earth can afford. I replied, however, that we were on a voyage of discovery toward the northern pole. Upon hearing this, he appeared satisfied and consented to come on board. Good God. Margaret, if you saw this man who thus capitulated for his safety, your surprise would have been boundless. His limbs were nearly frozen, his body dreadfully emaciated by fatigue and suffering. I never saw a man in so wretched a condition. We attempted to carry him into the cabin, but as soon as he had quit the fresh air, he fainted. We accordingly brought him back to the deck and restored him to animation by rubbing him with brandy and forcing him to swallow a small quantity. As soon as he showed signs of life, we wrapped him up in blankets and placed him near the chimney of the kitchen stove. By slow degrees, he recovered, ate a little soup, which restored him wonderfully. 2 days passed in this manner before he was able to speak, and I often feared that his sufferings had deprived him of understanding. When he had in some measure recovered, I removed him to my own cabin and attended on him as much as my duty would permit. I never saw a more interesting creature. His eyes have generally an expression of wildness, even madness, but there are moments when, if anyone performs an act of kindness toward him, or does him the most trifling service, his countenance is lighted up, as it were, with a beam of benevolence and sweetness that I never saw equaled. He is generally melancholy and despairing. Sometimes he gnashes his teeth as if impatient of the weight of woes that oppress him. When my guest was a little recovered, I had great trouble to keep off the men, who wished to ask him 1,000 questions, but I would not allow him to be tormented by their idle curiosity, and a state of body and mind whose restoration evidently depended upon entire repose. Once, however, the lieutenant asked why he had come so far upon the ice in so strange a vehicle. His countenance instantly assumed an aspect of the deepest gloom, and he replied, "To seek one who fled from me." "And did the man whom you pursued travel in the same fashion?" "Yes." "Then I fancy we've seen him. The day we picked you up, we saw some dogs drawing a sledge, and a man in it across the ice." Shut up. This aroused the stranger's attention. He asked a multitude of questions concerning the route which the demon, as he called him, had pursued. And soon after, when he was alone with me, he said, "I have doubtless excited your curiosity, as well as that of these good people, but you are too considerate to make inquiries." "Certainly it would indeed..." It's so long. Something's afoot. It's so long. "Certainly it would indeed be very impertinent and inhuman in me to trouble you with any inquisitiveness of mine. And yet you rescued me from a strange and perilous situation. You have benevolently restored me to life. Soon after this, he inquired if I thought that the breaking up of the ice had destroyed the other sledge. I replied that I could not answer with any degree of certainty, for the ice had not broken until near midnight. The traveler might have arrived at a place of safety before that time, but of this I could not judge. From this time, a new spirit of life animated the decaying frame of the stranger. He manifested the greatest eagerness to be upon deck, to watch the sledge which had before appeared. But I have persuaded him to remain in the cabin, for he is far too weak to sustain the rawness of the atmosphere. I have promised that someone should watch for him and give him instant notice if any new object should appear in sight. Such is my journal of what relates to this strange occurrence up to the present day. The stranger has gradually improved in health, but is very silent, and appears uneasy when anyone except himself enters his cabin. Yet his manners are so conciliating and gentle that the sailors are all interested in him, although they have had very little communication with him. For my own part, I begin to love him as a brother, and his constant, deep grief fills me with sympathy and compassion. He must have been a noble creature in his better days, being even now in wreck so attractive and amiable. I said in one of my letters, my dear Margaret, that I should find no friend on the wide ocean, and yet I have found a man who, before his spirit had been broken by misery, That's your one! That's your one this hour! I should have been happy to have possessed as the brother of my heart. I shall continue my journey concerning the stranger at intervals that I have any fresh incidents to record. August 13th. Why are we still calling him the stranger? He's like your brother. You feel he's your heart brother, and we're not calling him by his name yet? We all know it's Victor. Just confirm it! Anyways, my affection for my guest increases every day. He excites at once my admiration and my pity to an astonishing degree. How can I see so noble a creature destroyed by misery without feeling the most poignant grief? He's so gentle and yet so wise. His mind is so cultivated. And when he speaks, although his words are culled with the choicest art, yet they flow with rapidity and unparalleled eloquence. He is now much recovered from his illness and is continually on the deck, apparently watching for the sledge that preceded his own. Yet although unhappy, he is not so utterly occupied by his own misery, but that he interests himself deeply in the projects of others. He has frequently conversed with me on mine, which I have communicated to him without disguise. He entered attentively into all of my arguments in favor of my eventual success and into every minute detail of the measures I had taken to secure it. I was easily led by the sympathy which he evinced to use the language of my heart, to give an utterance to the burning ardor of my soul, and to say with all the fervor that warmed me how gladly I would sacrifice my fortune, my existence, my every hope, to acquire of the knowledge which I sought for the to the furtherance of my enterprise. I skipped this line. One man's life or death were but a small price to pay for the acquirement of the knowledge which I sought, for the dominion I should have.
Character voice.
Okay. That's 2 character voices we have to change now. Once this is confirmed, Victor. We all know it's Victor! Although, we could also change Robert's, like, quoted speaking lines. Okay. Okay. I will. Okay. I will. All right. I will. As I spoke, a dark gloom spread over my listener's countenance. At first, I perceived that he tried to suppress his emotion. He placed his hands before his eyes, and my voice quivered and failed me as I beheld tears trickling fast from between his fingers. A groan burst from his heaving breast. I paused. At length, he spoke in broken accents. Unhappy man, do you share my madness? Have you drunk also of the intoxicating draught? Hear me, let me reveal my tale, and you will dash the cup from your lips. Such words, you may imagine, strongly excited my curiosity, but the paroxysm of grief that had seized the stranger overcame his weakened powers, and many hours of repose and tranquil conversation were necessary to restore his composure. Having conquered the violence of his feelings, he appeared to despise himself for being the slave of passion. He asked me the history of my earlier years. The tale was quickly told, but it awakened various trains of reflection. I spoke of my desire of finding a friend, of my thirst for a more intimate sympathy with a fellow mind that I had ever fallen into my lot, and expressed my conviction that a man could boast of little happiness who did not enjoy this blessing. Ready? Look at this little guy. I agree with you, replied the stranger. We are unfashioned creatures, but half made up. If one wiser, better, dearer than ourselves, such a friend ought to be. Do not lend his aid to perfection our weak and faulty natures. I once had a friend, the most noble of human creatures, and am entitled therefore to judge respecting friendship. You have hope and the world before you, and have no cause for despair. But I've lost everything, and cannot begin life anew. As he said this, his countenance became expressive of a calm, settled grief that touched me to the heart, but he was silent and presently retired to his cabin. Even broken in spirit as he is, no one can feel more deeply than he does the beauties of nature, the starry sky, the sea, and every sight afforded by those wonderful regions seems still to have the power of elevating his soul from earth.
Forward a paragraph.
Yeah, fuck all that. Will you smile at the enthusiasm I express concerning this divine wanderer? You would not if you saw him. You have been tutored and refined by books and retirement from the world, and you are therefore somewhat fastidious, but this only renders you the more fit to appreciate the extraordinary merits of this wonderful man. Sometimes I have endeavored to discover what quality it is which he possesses that elevates him so immeasurably above any other person I've ever known. I believe it to be an intuitive discernment, a quick but never failing power of judgment, a penetration into the causes of things, unequaled for clearness and precision. Add to this a facility of expression and a voice whose varied intonations are soul-subduing music. Damn! Robert's like, this guy? Love this guy. All right. August 19th. Yesterday, the stranger said to me, "You may easily perceive, Captain Walton, that I've suffered great and unparalleled misfortunes. I had determined at one time that the memory of these evils should die with me, but you've won me to alter my determination. You seek for knowledge and wisdom as I once did, and I ardently hope that the gratification of your wishes may not be a serpent to sting you as mine has been. I do not know that the relation of my disasters will be useful to you, yet when I reflect that you are pursuing the same course, exposing yourself to the same dangers which have rendered me what I am, I imagine you may deduce an apt moral from my tale, one that may direct you if you succeed in your undertaking and console you in case of failure. Prepare to hear of occurrences which are usually deemed marvelous. Were we among the tamer scenes of nature, I might fear to encounter your unbelief, perhaps your ridicule. But many things will appear possible in these wild and mysterious regions, which would provoke the laughter of the laughter. It's real. Which would provoke the laughter of those unacquainted with the ever-varied powers of nature. Nor can I doubt but that my tale conveys in its series internal evidence of the truth of the events of which it is composed." You may easily imagine that I was much gratified by the offered communication, yet I could not endure that he should renew his grief by a recital of his misfortunes. I felt the greatest eagerness to hear the promised narrative, partly from a curiosity and partly from a strong desire to ameliorate his fate if it were in my power. I expressed these feelings in my answer. "Ah, thank you," he replied, "for your sympathy, but it is useless. My fate is nearly fulfilled. I'll wait but for one event, and then I shall repose in peace. I understand your feeling," continued he, perceiving that I wished to interrupt him. "But you are mistaken, my friend, if thus you will allow me to name you. Nothing can alter my destiny. Listen to my history, and you will perceive how irrevocably it is determined." He then told me that he would commence his narrative the next day when I should be at leisure. This promise drew from me the warmest thanks. I resolved every night.
Backwards 1 minute.
Every resolved have I, thanks warmest the me from Drew promise this. Leisure at B should I when day next the narrative his commence would he that me told then he. Determined is it irrevocably, how perceive will you and history my to listen, destiny my alter can nothing. You name to me, allow will you thus if, my friend, my mistaken are you but. Interrupt to wished I that perceiving, he continued, failing your understand I, peace and repose shall I then and event but wait, I fulfilled nearly his fate, my useless is it but sympathy for you, he replied he, you thank I thank you, he replied, for your sympathy, but it is useless. My fate is nearly fulfilled. I'll wait but for one event, and then I shall repose in peace. I understand your feeling, continued he, perceiving that I wished to interrupt him. But you are mistaken, my friend, if thus you will allow me to name you. Nothing can alter my destiny. Listen to my history, and you will perceive how irrevocably it is determined. Actually, I'm so glad I got a second crack at that word. He then told me that he would commence his narrative the next day when I should be at leisure. This promise drew from me the warmest thanks. I have resolved every night when I am not imperatively occupied by my duties to record, as nearly as possible in his words, what he has related during the day. If I should be engaged, I will at least make notes. This manuscript will doubtless afford you the greatest pleasure, but to me, who knows him, and who hear it from his own lips, with what interest and sympathy shall I read it in some future day? Even now, as I commence my task, his full-toned voice swells in my ears. His lustrous eyes dwell on me with all their melancholy sweetness. I see his thin hand raised in animation, while the lineaments of his face are irradiated by the soul within. Strange and harrowing must be his story, frightful the storm which embraced the gallant vessel on its course and wrecked it thus. Yay! We're about to do Chapter 1. Whoa! Huge dono from Cat Snacks. Whoa! Thank you so much. Holy goodness. Huge dono. Oh my God. I wish I had a picture of Huge Man. I wish I had a picture of Huge Man. Huge dono. Thank you so much. We're almost at 1K already. So early on in the reading, so early on in the stream. Thank you all very much. Huge dono. 10K instantly ends the book. What instantly starts it? We had talked about doing an amount that would make me just restart the book, and I was like, I ain't doing all that. I can't do that, man. I can't do that. It really cares about them babies who can't read good. Okay, can I pass along a story to everybody who's here right now? So I was talking about this stream and what we were going to do and room to read. There he is! Huge dono! Pew, 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 pew. I love tape tools. Can you just bring that guy up anytime we have a dono over 100, please? Huge dono! If I had 10K, I'd wait until you had 5 pages to go to redeem it, so we never found out how it ended. Yeah. You could do that. No, I was trying to describe Room to Read, and of course, actually, while I'm talking about this, we might as well have this up. I was talking about Room to Read and what it is and what their mission is. Except I kept saying, like, yeah, you know, it's like it's for teaching babies how to read. We're gonna teach them babies how to read. And there were a couple of people in chat who were legitimately like, I don't know what this group does. Do they teach babies to read? Is that the thing? Someone could make so many $21 donos that the book effectively restarts. Yeah, but someone could fight them and make it so we're at like a net nothing. Also from here on out, the ones that say restart the letter or move on to the next letter is effectively restart the chapter or move on to the next chapter. God, it would be so funny if you donated money to charity. Guys, I have the best prank. Guys, I have the best prank. You guys could do something so funny right now. Ah! See, he gets it. He gets it. All right. Let me have a little sippy. A little sippy of my coffee. And then we'll move on to the true chapter 1. Everybody's following the story so far, correct? Oh, a little guy. I hate the knocking one, man. I hate it. It trips me up every time. So, the person who is writing down all of this information is Robert Walton, this guy. And he's on an expedition, right? And they saw something, it looked like a guy, but it was monstrous. It was huge. They saw it while their ship was trapped in ice, and then stumbled onto Victor Frankenstein, who is out pursuing that creature. They saw a huge man. They did. They saw a huge man out there. Yeah, we're over 1,000. Hey now. You donated now. Ah! Okay, I will. I'm so sorry. Chapter 1. I'm by birth a Genovese, and my family is one of the most distinguished of that republic. My ancestors had been for many years counselors, and oh god, it's this guy. I've been for many years counselors and syndics, and my father had filled several public situations with honor and reputation. He was respected by all those who knew him for his integrity and indefatigable attention to public businesses. He passed his younger days perpetually occupied by the affairs of his country. A variety of circumstances had prevented his marrying early, nor was it until the decline of life that he became a husband and father of a family. As the circumstances of his marriage illustrate his character, I cannot refrain from relating them. One of his most intimate friends was a merchant who, from a flourishing state, fell through numerous mischances into poverty. This man, whose name was Beaufort, was of a proud and unbending disposition and could not bear to live in poverty and oblivion in the same country where he had formerly been distinguished for his rank and magnificence. Having paid his debts, therefore, in the most honorable manner, he retreated with his daughter to the town of Lucerne, where he lived unknown in his wretchedness. My father loved Beaufort with his truest friendship and was deeply grieved by his retreat in these unfortunate circumstances. He bitterly deplored the false pride which led his friend to conduct so little worthy of affection that united them. He lost no time in endeavoring to seek him out with the hope of persuading him to begin the world again through his credit and assistance. Okay. Beaufort had taken effectual measures to conceal himself, and it was 10 months before my father discovered his abode. Overjoyed at this discovery, he hastened to the house. By the way, I don't know if we're going to hear Robert talk again, really. So the other change of character voice, we will pass on to the next main character who talks. Okay. Overjoyed at this discovery, he hastened to the house, which was situated in a mean street near the Reuss. But when he entered, misery and despair alone welcomed him. Beaufort had saved but a very small sum of money from the wreck of his fortunes, but it was sufficient to provide him with sustenance for some months, and in the meantime he hoped to procure some respectable employment in a merchant's house. The interval was consequently spent in inaction. His grief only became more deep and rankling when he had leisure for reflection. And at length it took so fast hold of his mind that at the end of 3 months he lay on a bed of sickness, incapable of exertion. His daughter attended him with the greatest tenderness, but she saw with despair that their little fund was rapidly decreasing and that there was no other prospect of support. But Caroline Beaufort possessed a mind of an uncommon mold, and her courage rose to support her in her adversity. She procured plain work, she plaited straw, and by various means contrived to earn a pittance scarcely sufficient to support life. Several months passed in this manner. Her father grew worse. Her time was more entirely occupied in attending him. Her means of subsistence decreased, and in the 10th month her father died in her arms, leaving her an orphan and a beggar. This last blow overcame her, and she knelt by Beaufort's coffin, weeping bitterly, when my father entered the chamber. He came like a protecting spirit to the poor girl, who committed herself to his care, and after the internment of his friend, he conducted her to Geneva and placed her under the protection of a relation. 2 years after this event, Caroline became his wife. There was a considerable difference between the ages of my parents, but this circumstance seemed to unite them only closer in bonds of devoted affection. There was a sense of justice in my father's upright mind which rendered it necessary that he should approve highly to love strongly. Perhaps during former years he had suffered from the late discovered unworthiness of one beloved, and so was disposed to set a greater value on tried worth. There was a show of gratitude and worship in his attachment to my mother, differing wholly from the doting fondness of age, for it was inspired by reverence for her virtues and a desire to be the means of, in some degree, recompensing her for the sorrows she had endured, but which gave inexpressible grace to his behavior to her. Everything was made to yield to her wishes and her convenience. He strove to shelter her as a fair exotic is sheltered by the gardener, from every rougher wind, and to surround her with all that could tend to excite pleasurable emotion in her soft and benevolent mind. Her health and even the tranquility of her hitherto constant spirit had been shaken by what she had gone through. During the 2 years that had elapsed previous to their marriage, my father had gradually relinquished all his public functions, and immediately after their union they sought the pleasant climate of Italy and the change of scene and interest attendant on a tour through that land of wonders, as a restorative for her weakened frame. I'm going to pause. Does the wind need to be turned up? The wind redeem. It feels like it needs to be a bit louder. No. Are any of the other redeems too quiet? I feel like the walking one is really quiet. Pause. Ba 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 ba. While we're paused, do you want to shoot some ghosts? Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh, there's 2 special ones. You got to do math. You've got to figure out what the math is behind that. Hold on, I think I can scooch it up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay, here we go. Here are my alerts. The wind blows and it needs to be louder. Oh my God, that's as loud as it can go? That's it? That's as loud as we get? Okay, add media. Let's add another wind sound. Let's see if one of these is a little better. No, that's what we're already doing.
All this wind is mussing up my perfect hair!
Well, that wasn't it. That one's better, right? That's a bit louder. That was it. How is that wind? Could you hear that? It looks like just the number triggers the special ghost capture, not the command. Oh, well that's easy, isn't it? This one? You can't hear this? No. Wind. This is so funny because it's just like a bank. It's just a bank of sounds and they're all called wind, but like other streamers have made a bunch of them. Wind, water, heart, go planet. Wind. Oh, yeah, let's add that one as one that could proc, because that's so funny. Okay, let's play another one. Nope. Whoa. Nope. Fuck that. What is going on here? No. Wind, not windows.
Breezy.
Okay. I think the wind one is rough. The wind one's rough, man. We made a huge dono sound. Would you like us to use it? Can you play it for me in Tape Tools? I want to hear it. There he is! Huge dono! There he is! Huge dono! Beep, 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 beep. Perfect. Yeah. If someone donates over 100, play that for sure. That's it. That's the one. Oh my goodness. Okay, and then the walking one is also as loud as it can go. Let's see. Oh. That's a walking one. Nope. Girl, think I love. Nope. If you're just now coming in, I promise we're figuring it out, okay? Okay, can't hear that one. Some of these are a bit too subtle, man. Teaching babies to read. We're very busy. I remember this being an issue before. I just still don't understand why Tape Tools always gets like scooched. No, no. That one might be better. Okay, let's do that one. We'll get rid of that one. Okay, cool. The wind one. I don't know, I put a few different winds in there. As well as wind! So, we'll see. That cracks me up though, man. That's really funny. Looks like we got an hour and a half until our forced break time, so. Wind! There it is. Yeah, I can hear that way better. I don't know if you guys can. Book. There you are. Okay, ready? Okay. So his mom and dad had a big age gap, but he adored her and did anything she wanted. That's where we're at right now. From Italy, they visited Germany and France. I, their eldest child, was born at Naples, and as an infant accompanied them in their rambles. I remained for several years their only child. Much as they were attached to each other, they seemed to draw inexhaustible stories of affection from a very mine of love to bestow them upon me. My mother's tender caresses and my father's smile of benevolent pleasure while regarding me are my first recollections. I was their plaything and their idol, and something better, their child, the innocent and helpless creature bestowed on them by heaven, whom to bring up to good, and whose future lot it was in their hands to direct to happiness or misery, according as they fulfilled their duties toward me. With this deep consciousness of what they owed towards the being to which they had given life, added to the active spirit of tenderness that animated them both, it may be imagined that while during every hour of my infant life I received a lesson of patience, of charity, and of self-control, I was so guided by a silken cord that all seemed but one train of enjoyment to me. For a long time I was their only care. My mother had much desire to have a daughter, but I continued their single offspring. When I was about 5 years old, while making an excursion beyond the frontiers of Italy, they passed a week on the shores of the Lake of Como. Their benevolent disposition often made them enter the cottages of the poor. This, to my mother, was more than a duty. It was a necessity, a passion, remembering what she had suffered, how she had been relieved, for her to act in her turn the guardian angel to the afflicted. During one of their walks, a poor cot in the foldings of a veil attracted their notice as being singularly disconsolate, while the number of half-clothed children gathered about it spoke of penury in its worst shape. One day when my father had gone by himself to Milan, my mother, accompanied by me, visited this abode. She found a peasant and his wife hard-working, bent down by care and labor, distributing a scanty meal to 5 hungry babies. Among these, there was one which attracted my mother far above all the rest. She appeared of a different stock. The 4 others were dark-eyed, hardy little vagrants. This child was thin and fair. Her hair was the brightest living gold, and despite the poverty of her clothing, seemed to set a crown of distinction on her head. Her brow was clear and ample, her blue eyes cloudless, her lips and the molding of her face so expressive of sensibility and sweetness that none could behold her without looking on her as of a different species, a being heaven sent, bearing a celestial stamp in all her features. Okay, Victor, calm down. The peasant woman, perceiving that my mother fixed eyes of wonder and admiration on this lovely girl, eagerly communicated her history. She was not her child, but the daughter of a Milanese nobleman. Her mother was a German that had died on giving her birth. The infant had been placed with these good people to nurse. They were better off then. They had not been long married, and their eldest child was but just born. The father of their charge was one of those Italians nursed in the memory of the antique glory of Italy, one among the schiavi ognorfumenti, who exerted himself to obtain the liberty of his country. He became the victim of its weakness. Whether he had died or still lingered in the dungeons of Austria was not known. His property was confiscated. His child became an orphan and a beggar. She continued with her foster parents and bloomed in their rude abode, fairer than a garden rose among dark-leaved brambles. When my father returned from Milan, he found playing with me in the hall of our villa a child fairer than pictured cherub, a creature who seemed to shed radiance from her looks, whose form and motions were lighter than the chamois of the hills. The apparition was soon explained. With his permission, my mother prevailed on her rustic guardians to yield their charge to her. They were fond of the sweet orphan. Her presence had seemed a blessing to them, but it would be unfair to her to keep her in poverty and want when Providence afforded her such powerful protection. They consulted their village priest, and the result was that Elizabeth Lavenza became the inmate of my parents' house, my more than sister, the beautiful, adored companion of all my occupations and my pleasures. Everyone loved Elizabeth. The passionate and most reverential attachment with which all regarded her became, while I shared it, my pride and delight. On the evening previous to her being brought to my home, my mother had said playfully, "I have a pretty present for my Victor. Tomorrow he shall have it." And when on the morrow she presented Elizabeth to me as her promised gift, I with childish seriousness interpreted her words literally and looked upon Elizabeth as mine to protect, love, and cherish. All praises bestowed on her I received as made to a possession of my own. We called each other familiarly by the name of cousin. No word, no expression could body forth the kind of relation in which she stood to me, my more than sister, since till death she was to be mine only. So that's a whole thing. Anonymous casts a threatening aura. So yeah, his parents loved doing charitable stuff. His mom lived a life of like intense poverty before marrying his dad. And so wanted to make sure that she dedicated a decent amount of her life to helping people that are in situations that she's in or that she was in. And I guess went to a place where they were taking care of a bunch of kids and looked at the prettiest one, or the one that she perceived to be the prettiest one, and was like, I want that. I'm taking that home. Also, as a side note, in case any of this is potentially reading kind of racist occasionally, we do have a warning list for this book. So feel free to read through those warnings. It is an old book. It is. It is. But it's still good to have a little list of what to expect in the book. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. There we go. It's the more than sister line that gets me. I know, dude. Like, we call each other cousin. She's not my sister. She's more than my sister. Also, I like the term inmate, not meaning prison. Like, she became an inmate of my house. Such a weird thing to say for, like, a modern vernacular, you know? Feels weird, man. For sure. Okay. Anyways. Chapter 2. How we all feeling? Mary Shelley would have loved visual novels. It's true. She would have. Shout out to Mary Shelley. Okay. We were brought up together. There was not quite a year difference in our ages. I need not say that we were strangers to any species of disunion or dispute. Harmony was the soul of our companionship, and the diversity and contrast that subsisted in our characters drew us nearer together. Elizabeth was of a calmer, more concentrated disposition, but with all my ardor, I was capable of a more intense application and was more deeply smitten with the thirst for knowledge. She busied herself with following the aerial creations of poets, and in the majestic and wondrous scenes which surrounded our Swiss home. The sublime shapes of the mountains, the changes of the seasons, tempest and calm, the silence of winter, the life of turbulence of our alpine summers. She found ample scope for admiration and delight, while my companion contemplated with a serious and satisfied spirit the magnificent appearances of things. I delighted in investigating their causes. The world was to me a secret which I desired to divine. Curiosity, earnest research to learn the hidden laws of nature, gladness akin to rapture, as they were unfolded to me, are among the earliest sensations I can remember. They were inmates. On the birth of a second son, my junior by 7 years, my parents gave up entirely their wandering life and fixed themselves in their native country. We possessed a house in Geneva and a campaign on Belle Rive, the eastern shore of the lake. At the distance of rather more than a league from the city, we resided principally in the latter, and the lives of... I gotta sneeze. Okay. The lives of my parents were passed in considerable seclusion. It was my temper to avoid a crowd, to attach myself fervently to a few. I was indifferent, therefore, to my schoolfellows in general, but I united myself in the bonds of my closest friendship to one among them. Henry Clerval was the son of a merchant of Geneva. He was a boy of singular talent and fancy. He loved enterprise, hardship, and even danger for its own sake. He was deeply read in books of chivalry and romance. He composed heroic songs and began to write many a tale of enchantment and knightly adventure. He tried to make us act plays and to enter into masquerades in which the characters were drawn from the heroes of Roncesvalles, of the Round Table of King Arthur, and the chivalrous train who shed their blood to redeem the Holy Sepulchre from the hands of the infidels. No human being could have passed a happier childhood than myself. My parents were possessed by the very spirit of kindness and indulgence. We felt that they were not the tyrants to rule our lot according to their caprice, but the agents and creators of all the many delights which we enjoyed. When I mingled with other families, I distinctly discerned how peculiarly fortunate my lot was, and gratitude assisted the development of my filial love. My temper was sometimes violent, my passions vehement, but by some law in my temperament they were turned not towards childish pursuits, but to an eager desire to learn, and not to learn all things indiscriminately. I confess that neither the structure of languages, nor the code of governments, nor the politics of various states possessed attraction for me. It was the secrets of heaven and earth that I desired to learn, and whether it was the outward substance of things or the inner spirit of nature and the mysterious soul of man that occupied me, still my inquiries were directed to the metaphysical, or in its highest sense, the physical secrets of the world. Meanwhile, Clerval occupied himself, so to speak, with the moral relations of things. The busy stage of life, the virtues of heroes, the actions of men were his theme. His hope and his dream was to become one among those whose names were recorded in story as the gallant and adventurous benefactors of our species. The saintly soul of Elizabeth shone like a shrine-dedicated lamp in our peaceful home. Her sympathy was ours, her smile, her soft voice, the sweet glance of her celestial eyes were ever there to bless and animate us. She was the living spirit of love, to soften and attract. I might have become sullen in my study, rough through the ardor of my nature, but that she was there to subdue me to a semblance of her own gentleness, and Clerval could aught ill entrench on the noble spirit of Clerval. Yet he might not have been so perfectly humane, so thoughtful in his generosity, so full of kindness and tenderness amidst his passion for adventurous exploit, had she not unfolded to him the real loveliness of beneficence and made the doing good the end and aim of his soaring ambition. Bro! Victor's like, this girl hung the stars, man. Now, I'm not saying that my best friend wouldn't have been a good guy without her around, but I think maybe just her being around made him a good person. Maybe. I'm not saying that for sure. I'm just saying, like, she's so great that anybody who's around her is better. This woman saved me. I'm a science shut-in boy, but through her grace and softness, I am still humane. I feel exquisite pleasure in dwelling on the recollections of childhood, before misfortune had tainted my mind and changed its bright visions of extensive usefulness into gloomy and narrow reflections upon self. Besides, in drawing the picture of my early days, I also record those events which led by insensible steps to my aftertale of misery. For when I would account to myself for the birth of that passion which afterwards ruled my destiny, I find it arise like a mountain river from ignoble and almost forgotten sources, but swelling as it proceeded, it became the torrent which, in its course, has swept away all my hopes and joys. Natural philosophy is the genius that has regulated my fate. I desire, therefore, in this narration, to state those facts which led to my predilection for that science. When I was 13 years of age, we all went to a party of pleasure to the baths near Thonon. The inclemency of the weather obliged us to remain a day confined in the inn. In this house I chanced to find a volume of the works of Cornelius Agrippa. I opened it with apathy. The theory which he attempts to demonstrate and the wonderful facts which he relates soon changed this feeling into enthusiasm. A new light seemed to dawn upon my mind, and bounding with joy, I communicated my discovery to my father. My father looked carelessly at the title page of my book and said, "Oh, we have our second speaking character! Mr. Sir Lord Frankenstein, who was going to have normal old man voice, but thanks to our lovely donors, is getting a totally different voice instead." And I think it's only right. It only makes sense. Thank you very much, donos. We appreciate you very much. And if you hate this voice for him, remember, it could change.
Cornelius Agrippa! My dear Victor, do not waste your time upon this. It is sad trash!
If instead of this remark, my father had taken the pains to explain to me that the principles of Agrippa had been entirely exploded, then a modern system of science had been introduced, which possessed much greater powers than the ancient, because the powers of the latter were chimerical, while those of the former were real and practical. I thought that was funny too, thank you. Under such circumstances, I should certainly have thrown Agrippa aside and have contented my imagination, warmed as it was, by returning with greater ardor to my former studies. It is even possible that the train of my ideas would never have received the fatal impulse that led to my ruin. But the cursory glance my father had taken of my volume by no means assured me that he was acquainted with its contents. I continued to read with the greatest avidity. When I returned home, my first care was to procure the whole works of this author, and afterwards of Paracelsus and Albertus Magnus. I read and studied the wild fancies of these writers with delight. They appeared to me treasures known to few besides myself. I have described myself as always having been imbued with a fervent longing to penetrate the secrets of nature. In spite of the intense labor and wonderful discoveries of modern philosophers, I always came from my studies discontented and unsatisfied. Sir Isaac Newton is said to have avowed that he felt like a child picking up shells beside the great and unexplored ocean of truth. Those of his successors in each branch of natural philosophy with whom I was acquainted appeared even to my boy's apprehensions as tyros engaged in the same pursuit. The untaught peasant beheld the elements around him and was acquainted with their practical uses. The most learned philosopher knew little more. He had partially unveiled the face of nature, but her immortal lineaments were still a wonder and a mystery. He might dissect, anatomize, and give names, but not to speak of a final cause. Causes and their secondary and tertiary grades were utterly unknown to him. I had gazed upon the fortifications and impediments that seemed to keep human beings from entering the citadel of nature, and rashly and ignorantly I had repined. But here were books, and here were men who had penetrated deeper and knew more. I took their word for all that they averred, and I became their disciple. I may appear strange that such should arise in the 18th century, but while I followed the routine of education in the schools of Geneva, I was to a great degree self-taught, and with regard to my favorite studies. My father was not scientific. I was left to struggle with a child's blindness. I'm just realizing how silly it was for me to think that maybe that first letter was in 1917. It's like, why did I default to 1917? Sure. Anyways, moving on. My father was not scientific, and I was left to struggle with a child's blindness, added to a student's thirst for knowledge. Under the guidance of my new preceptors, I entered with the greatest diligence into the search of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, but the latter soon obtained my undivided attention. Wealth was an inferior object. But what glory would attend the discovery if I could banish disease from the human frame, render man invulnerable to any but a violent death. Boop. Nor were these my only visions. The raising of ghosts or devils was a promise liberally accorded by my favorite authors, the fulfillment of which I most eagerly sought. And if my incantations were always unsuccessful, I attributed the failure I attributed the failure rather to my own inexperience and mistake than to a want of skill or fidelity in my instructors. And thus for a time I was occupied by an exploded system, mingling like an unadept, 1,000 contradictory theories and floundering desperately in a very slough of multifarious knowledge, guided by an ardent imagination and childish reasoning, till an accident again changed the current of my ideas. When I was 15, we had retired to our house near Belle Rive. When we witnessed a most violent and terrible thunderstorm, it advanced from behind the mountains of Jura, and the thunder burst at once with frightful loudness from various quarters of the heavens. I remained while the storm lasted, watching its progress with curiosity and delight. As I stood at the door, on a sudden I beheld a stream of fire issued from an old beautiful oak, which stood about 20 yards from our house. And so soon as the dazzling light vanished, the oak had disappeared, and nothing remained but a blasted stump. When we visited it the next morning, we found the tree shattered in a singular manner. It was not splintered by the shock, but entirely reduced to thin ribbons of wood. I never beheld anything so utterly destroyed. Before this, I was not unacquainted with the more obvious laws of electricity. On this occasion, a man of great research in natural philosophy was with us, and excited by this catastrophe, he entered on the explanation of a theory which he had formed on the subject of electricity and galvanism, which was at once new and astonishing to me. All that he said threw greatly into the shade of Cornelius Agrippa, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus, the lords of my imagination. But by some fatality, the overthrow of these men disinclined me to pursue my accustomed studies. It seemed to me as if nothing would or could ever be known. All that had so long engaged my attention suddenly grew despicable. By one of those caprices of the mind which we are perhaps most subject to in early youth, I at once gave up my former occupations, set down natural history and all its progeny as a deformed and abortive creation, and entered the greatest disdain for a would-be science which could never even step within the threshold of real knowledge. In this mood of mind, I betook myself to the mathematics and the branches of study appertaining to that science as being built upon secure foundations, and so worthy of my consideration. Thus, strangely, are our souls constructed, and by such slight ligaments are we bound to prosperity or ruin. When I look back, it seems to me as if this almost miraculous change of inclination and will was the immediate suggestion of the guardian angel of my life, the last effort made by the spirit of preservation to avert the storm that was even then hanging in the stars and ready to envelop me. Her victory was announced by an unusual tranquility and gladness of soul, which followed the relinquishing of my ancient and laterally tormenting studies. It was thus that I was to be taught to associate evil with their prosecution, happiness with their disregard. It was a strong effort of the spirit of good, but it was ineffectual. Destiny was too potent, and her immutable laws had decreed my utter and terrible destruction. Damn! So this chapter was him being like, oh, fuck off, god damn it. This chapter 2, is Victor starting to learn about the things that would excite him toward maybe trying to bring someone back to life, right? He read about the effects of lightning, and he read about, theories about the philosopher's stones and elixirs of life and all of this shit, and became very focused and interested in making it so people could never die or could be raised from the dead. This doesn't sound like a typical teenage experience. I mean, I don't think Victor Frankenstein... Fuck was that? Oh, that was wind! That's so funny. Wind! Because I was talking, I couldn't even tell what it was. I wish I had realized that you could like queue up a bunch. I didn't know you saved it. Yeah. Because apparently, when you click on the redeem inside of sound alerts, you can just make a big list of ones and it'll randomly choose one. Which can be perfectly abused, and we should abuse it. One hour until break time. Chapter 3. When I had attained the age of 17, my parents resolved that I should become a student at the University of Ingolstadt. I had hitherto attended the schools of Geneva, but my father thought it necessary for the completion of my education that I should be made acquainted with other customs than those of my native country. My departure was therefore fixed at an early date, but before the day resolved upon could arrive, the first misfortune of my life occurred, an omen, as it were, of my future misery. Elizabeth had caught the scarlet fever. Her illness was severe. She was in the greatest danger. During her illness, many arguments had been urged to persuade my mother to refrain from attending upon her. She had at first yielded to our entreaties, but when she heard that the life of her favorite was menaced, she could no longer control her anxiety. She attended her sick bed. Her watchful attentions triumphed over the malignity of the distemper. Elizabeth was saved, but the consequences of this imprudence were fatal to her preserver. On the third day, my mother sickened. Her fever was accompanied by the most alarming symptoms. The looks of her medical attendants prognosticated the worst event. On her deathbed, the fortitude and benignity of this best of women did not desert her. She joined the hands of Elizabeth and myself. "My children," she said, "my firmest hopes of future happiness were placed on the prospect of your union. This expectation will now be the consolation of your father. Elizabeth, my love, you must supply my place to my younger children. Alas, I regret that I am taken from you, and happy and beloved as I have been, is it not hard to quit you all? But these are not thoughts befitting me. I will endeavor to resign myself cheerfully to death, and will indulge a hope of meeting you in another world." She died calmly, and her countenance expressed affection even in death. I did not describe the feelings of those whose dearest ties are rent by that most irreparable evil, the void that presents itself to the soul, and the despair that is exhibited on the countenance. It is so long before the mind can persuade itself that she whom we saw every day, whose very existence appeared a part of our own, can have departed forever. The brightness of a beloved eye can be extinguished, and the sound of a voice so familiar and dear to the ear can be hushed, never more to be heard. These are the reflections of the first days. But when the lapse of time proves the reality of the evil, then the actual bitterness of grief commences. Yet from whom has not that rude hand rent away some dear connection, to bless me, Clerval to press my hand once more, and Elizabeth to renew her entreaties that I would write often, and to bestow the last feminine attentions on her playmate and friend. I threw myself into the chaise that was to convey me away and indulged in the most melancholy reflections. I, who had ever been surrounded by amiable companions, continually engaged in endeavoring to bestow mutual pleasure. Brother. God, that one freaks me out, man. Okay. I was now alone in the university. Whither I was going, I must form my own friends and be my own protector. My life had hitherto been remarkably secluded and domestic. This had given me invincible repugnance to new countenances. I loved my brothers, Elizabeth and Clerval. Those were old familiar faces, but I believed myself totally unfitted for the company of strangers. Such were my reflections as I commenced my journey. But as I proceeded, my spirits and hopes rose. I ardently desired the acquisition of knowledge. I had often, when at home, thought it hard to remain during my youth cooped up in one place, and had longed to enter the world and take my station among other human beings. Now my desires were complied with, and it would, indeed, have been folly to repent. I had sufficient leisure for these and many other reflections during my journey to Ingolstadt, which was long and fatiguing. At length the high, wide steeple of the town met my eyes. I alighted and was conducted to my solitary apartment to spend the evening as I pleased. The next morning I delivered my letters of introduction and paid a visit to some of the principal professors. Chance, or rather the evil influence, the angel of destruction, which asserted omnipotent sway over me from the moment I turned my reluctant steps from my father's door. Oh my God, what an intro. Led me first to M. Kremp, professor of natural philosophy. He was an uncouth man, but deeply imbued in the secrets of his science. He asked me several questions concerning my progress in the different branches of science appertaining to natural philosophy. I replied carelessly, and partly in contempt, mentions of the names of my alchemists as the principal authors I had studied. The professor stared. "Have you," he said, "really spent your time in studying such nonsense?" I replied in the affirmative. "Every minute," continued M. Kremp with warmth, "every instant that you have wasted on those books is utterly and entirely lost. You have burdened your memory with exploded systems and useless names. Good God! In what desert land have you lived where no one was kind enough to inform you that these fancies which you have so greedily imbibed are 1,000 years old, as musty as they are ancient? I little expected, in this enlightened and scientific age, to find a disciple of Albertus Magnus and Paracelsus. My dear sir, you must begin your studies entirely anew." So saying, he stepped aside and wrote down a list of several books treating of natural philosophy, which he desired me to procure, and dismissed me after mentioning that in the beginning of the following week he intended to commence a course of lectures upon natural philosophy and its general relations, and that M. Waldman, a fellow professor, would lecture upon chemistry the alternate days he omitted. I returned home not disappointed, for I have said I long considered those authors useless whom the professor reprobated, but I returned not at all the more inclined to recur to those studies in any shape. M. Kremp was a little squat man with a gruff voice, exactly how I portrayed him, and a repulsive countenance. The teacher therefore did not repossess me in favor of his pursuits, and rather a too philosophical and connected a strain. Perhaps I've given an account of the conclusions I had come to concerning them in my early years. As a child, I had not been content with the results promised by the modern professors of natural science, but the confusion of ideas only to be accounted for by my extreme youth and my want of a guide on such matters. I had retrod the steps of knowledge along the paths of time and exchanged the discoveries of recent inquirers for the dreams of forgotten alchemists. Besides, I had a contempt for the uses of modern natural philosophy. It was very different when the masters of the science sought immortality and power. Such views, although futile, were grand, but now the scene had changed. The ambition of the inquirer seemed to limit itself to the annihilation of those visions on which my interest in science was chiefly founded. I was required to exchange chimeras of boundless grandeur for realities of little worth. Such were my reflections during the first 2 or 3 days of my residence at Ingolstadt, which were chiefly spent in becoming acquainted with the localities and the principal residents in my new abode. But as the ensuing week commenced, I thought of the information which M. Kremp had given me concerning the lectures. And although I could not consent to go and hear that little conceited fellow deliver sentences out of a pulpit, I recollected what he had said of M. Waldman, whom I had never seen, as he had hitherto been out of town. God, he's like, this fucking guy. Hate this guy. He sucks. Oh. Partly from curiosity and partly from idleness, I went into the lecturing room, which M. Waldman entered shortly after. This professor was very unlike his colleague. He appeared about 50 years of age, but with an aspect expressive of the greatest benevolence. A few gray hairs covered his temples, but those at the back of his head were nearly black. His person was short but remarkably erect. Got it. Bless me. Where were we? And his voice, the sweetest I had ever heard. All these men listen to a passionate dude and they're like, what a sweet voice. I could listen to it forever. He began his lecture by a recapitulation of the history of chemistry and the various improvements made by different men of learning, pronouncing with fervor the names of the most distinguished discoverers. He then took a cursory view, I can't be yawning yet, of the present state of the science and explained many of its elementary terms. After having made a few preparatory experiments, he concluded with a panegyric upon modern chemistry, the terms of which I shall never forget. The ancient teachers of this science, said he, promised impossibilities and performed nothing. The modern masters promise very little. They know that metals cannot be transmuted, and that the elixir of life is a chimera, but these philosophers, these hands, seem only made to dabble in dirt, and their eyes to pore over the microscope or crucible have indeed performed miracles. They penetrate into the recesses of nature, and show how she works in her hiding places. They ascend into the heavens. They've discovered how the blood circulates, the nature of the air we breathe. They have acquired new and almost unlimited powers. They can command the thunders of heaven, mimic the earthquake, and even mock the invisible world with its own shadows. Such were the professor's words, rather, let me say, such the words of fate, announced to destroy me. As he went on, I felt as if my soul were grappling with a palpable enemy. One by one, the various keys were touched, which formed the mechanism of my being. Chord after chord was sounded, and soon my mind was filled with one thought, one conception, one purpose. So much has been done, exclaimed the soul of Frankenstein. More, far more will I achieve, treading in the steps already marked. I will pioneer a new way, explore unknown powers, and unfold to the world the deepest mysteries of creation. I closed not my eyes that night. My internal being was in a state of insurrection and turmoil. By the way, just to make sure that everybody knows how that one works, it's only main characters. I don't want somebody to donate that much and then, you know, it's for a character that speaks like twice, right? So the next main character, and I know there are 7 characters that are considered the main. The next main character that speaks, which might be Victor, poor Victor. The next main character that speaks will have their voice changed. I closed not my eyes that night. My internal being was in a state of insurrection and turmoil. I felt that order would thence arise, but I had no power to produce it. By degrees, after the morning's dawn, sleep came. I awoke, and my yesternight's thoughts were as a dream. There only remained a resolution to return to my ancient studies, to devote myself to a science for which I believed myself to possess a natural talent. On the same day, I paid M. Waldman a visit. His manners in private were even more mild and attractive than in public, for there was a certain dignity in his mien during his lecture, which in his house was replaced by the greatest affability and kindness. I gave him pretty near the same account of my former pursuits as I had given to his fellow professor. He heard with attention the little narration concerning my studies and smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus, but without the contempt that M. Kremp had exhibited. He said, "These were men whose indefatigable zeal modern philosophers were indebted for most of the foundations of their knowledge. They had left to us as an easier task to give new names and arrange in connected classifications the facts which they in a great degree had been the instruments of bringing to light. The labors of men of genius, however erroneously directed, scarcely ever fail in ultimately turning to the solid advantage of mankind." Ugh! I listened to his statement, which was delivered without any presumption or affectation, and then added that his lecture had removed my prejudices against modern chemists. I expressed myself in measured terms with the modesty and deference due from a youth to his instructor, without letting escape an experience in life would have made me ashamed, any of the enthusiasm which stimulated my intended labors. I requested his advice concerning the books I ought to procure. "I am happy," said M. Waldman, "to have gained a disciple, and if your application equals your ability, I have no doubt of your success. Chemistry is that branch of natural philosophy in which the greatest improvements have been and may be made. It is on that account that I have made it my peculiar study. But at the same time, I have not neglected the other branches of science. A man would make but a very sorry chemist if he attended to that department of human knowledge alone. If your wish is to become really a man of science and not merely a petty experimentalist, I should advise you to apply to every branch of natural philosophy, including mathematics." He then took me into his laboratory and explained to me the uses of his various machines, instructing me as to what I ought to procure, promising me the use of his own when I should have advanced far enough into the science not to derange their mechanism. He also gave me the list of books which I had requested, and then I took my leave. Thus ended a day memorable to me. It decided my future destiny. End of chapter. Chapter 4 is next. So we're seeing the trail, aren't we? As a kid, he was like, "Oh man, all this stuff's so cool," and then he hit an age where he was like,
There
"And."
he is! Huge dodo!
Huge dodo! Scooch him. There we go. There he is. Huge dodo! Leonscape, thank you so much for the 2 hundo. That's crazy. Brother, let me be happy for 1 second. Thank you so much. Look at us. We're over the 1,500 mark. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, was that real? I think that was a real knock. Hold on, I think that was a real knock. Oh, that's okay. One of my sound alerts is a knocking sound. And so when you knocked, I was like, is that real? Everybody say hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Ugh. Oh my gosh. A pot noodle? Teasers? Treeslets? Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you. Imagine if Sam did a ding-dong ditch. Bro, I would have felt like I was going crazy. That would have been very good. They do. And right now, they're treeslets. Because everybody cannot wait for Christmas out here. Wind! Bro, that's the best thing we ever could have added to the wind command. All right. Eating a couple treeslets. Anyway, yeah. We're seeing him get radicalized, right? He found a teacher that's like, Hell yeah, man. Maybe you should keep reading about those guys. In fact, here's some other guys to read about. But if you're gonna really pursue this, you have to actively learn all of the modern sciences as well, right? So he's basically being told, take your studies seriously, study all of the natural sciences and mathematics, and then you could be really serious about that. This VTuber model's so sick. Thank you. It's a recolor for our Frankenstein read through. But I love it. There's lots of atmospheric thunder where I am right now. I feel immersed. Nice. Okay. We are on chapter 4. As a reminder, for anybody who's shown up and missed the blurb, this is a charity stream. We're raising money for Room to Read. There are specific donation amounts that you can do that will affect how I'm reading the book. You can find the big list of those underneath the stream. We also have a bunch of channel point redemptions that do different like atmospheric noise things. So everybody can participate. Everybody can be involved. We're going to be taking a break in about 30 minutes. So keep that in mind. I'm going to make myself some tea and things. I'm going to try to be careful with my voice because if we're buckling up for 8 straight hours of reading, I'm going to be ruined. Yeah, we're teaching babies to read, guys. 1,500 towards teaching babies to read. No, actually, please, actually do go and look up Room to Read. Read about the sort of work that they do. It's all about literacy across the globe, gender equality, and education. It's all good stuff, and they have very good ratings if you're somebody who checks stuff out on Charity Watch and things like that. Those babies are going to be so literate. I'm going to get a letter from a rep for Room to Read who's going to be like, please don't associate yourself with me again. Oh, God. Okay. Chapter 4. From this day, natural philosophy, and particularly chemistry is the most comprehensive sense of the term, became nearly my sole occupation. I read with ardor those words so full of genius and discrimination, which modern inquirers have written on the subjects. I attended the lectures and cultivated the acquaintance of the men of science of the university. I found even in M. Kremp a great deal of sound sense and real information, combined, it is true, with a repulsive physiognomy and manners, but not on that account the less valuable. In M. Waldman, I found a true friend. His gentleness was never tinged by dogmatism. His instructions were given with an air of frankness and good nature that banished every idea of pedantry. Pedantry? 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 What do you think, Vic? Some of these words I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. In 1,000 ways, he smoothed for me the path of knowledge and made the most abstruse inquiries clear and facile to my apprehension. My application was at first fluctuating and uncertain. It gained strength as I proceeded and soon became so ardent and eager that the stars often disappeared in the light of morning whilst I was yet engaged in my laboratory. As I applied so closely...
Backwards 1 minute.
Laboratory, Mayan engaged, yet was I, whilst morning of light, the in disappeared often stars, the that eager and ardent so became soon and proceeded I, as strength gained it, uncertain and fluctuating, first at was application my, apprehension my too facile and clear inquiries abstruse, most the made and knowledge of path, the me for smooth he weighs 1,000 in a. Pedantry of idea every banished, that nature good and frankness of air, and with given were instructions his and dogmatism. By tinged never was gentleness his. Friend true, found I Maldman am in valuable less the account that on naught but manners and physiognomy repulsive a with true is it combined in formation real and sense sound of deal great a cremp m in even found I and I found even in M. Kremp a great deal of sound sense and real information. Combined, it is true, with a repulsive physiognomy and manners, but not on that account the less valuable. In M. Waldman, I found a true friend. His gentleness was never tinged by dogmatism, and his instructions were given with an air of frankness and good nature that banished every idea of pedantry. In 1,000 ways he smoothed for me the path of knowledge and made the most abstruse inquiries clear and facile to my apprehension. My application was at first fluctuating and uncertain. It gained strength as I proceeded and soon became so ardent and eager that the stars often disappeared in the light of morning whilst I was yet engaged in my laboratory. I concur. As I applied so closely, it may be easily conceived that my progress was rapid. My ardor was indeed the astonishment of the students, and my proficiency that of the masters. Professor Kremp often asked me with a sly smile how Cornelius Agrippa went on, while M. Waldman expressed the most heartfelt exultation in my progress. 2 years passed in this manner, during which I paid no visit to Geneva, but was engaged heart and soul in the pursuit of some discoveries which I hoped to make. None but those who have experienced them can conceive of the enticements of science. In other studies, you go as far as others have gone before you. There is nothing more to know. But in a scientific pursuit, there is continual food for discovery and wonder. A mind of moderate capacity which closely pursues one study must infallibly arrive at great proficiency in that study, and I, who continually sought the attainment of one object of pursuit and was solely wrapped up in this, improved so rapidly that at the end of 2 years I made some discoveries in the improvement of some chemical instruments, which procured me great esteem and admiration at the university. When I had arrived at this point and had become as well acquainted with the theory and practice of natural philosophy as depended on the lessons of any of the professors at Ingolstadt, my residence there being no longer conducive to my improvements, I thought of returning to my friends and my native town, when an incident happened that protracted my stay. One of the phenomena which had particularly attracted my attention was the structure of the human frame, and indeed my animal endued with life. Once, I often asked myself, did the principle of life proceed? It was a bold question, one which had ever been considered as a mystery, yet with how many things we are upon the brink of becoming acquainted, if cowardice or carelessness did not restrain our inquiries. I revolved these circumstances in my mind, and determined thenceforth to apply myself more particularly to those branches of natural philosophy which relate to physiology. Unless I had been animated by an almost supernatural enthusiasm, my application to this study would have been irksome and almost intolerable. To examine the causes of life, we must first have recourse to death. I became acquainted with the science of anatomy, but this was not sufficient. I must also observe the natural decay and corruption of the human body. In my education, my father had taken the great precautions that my mind should be impressed with no supernatural horrors. I do not ever remember to have trembled at a tale of superstition, to have feared the apparition of a spirit. Darkness had no effect upon my fancy, and a churchyard was to me merely the receptacle of bodies deprived of life, which, from being the seat of beauty and strength, had become food for the worm. Now I was led to examine the cause and progress of this decay, and forced to spend days and nights in vaults and charnel houses. My attention was fixed upon every object the most insupportable to the delicacy of the human feelings. I saw how the fine form of man was degraded and wasted. I beheld the corruption of death succeeded to the blooming cheek of life. I saw how the worm inherited the wonders of the eye and the brain. I paused, examining and analyzing all the minutiae of causation, as exemplified in the change from life to death and death to life, until from the midst of this darkness a sudden light broke in upon me, a light so brilliant and wondrous yet so simple, that while I became dizzy with the immensity of the prospect which it illustrated, I was surprised that among so many men of genius who had directed their inquiries toward the same science, that I alone should be reserved to discover so astonishing a secret. Remember, I am not recording the vision of a madman, The sun does not more certainly shine in the heavens than that which I now affirm is true. Some miracle might have produced it, yet the stages of the discovery were distinct and probable. Some days and nights of incredible labor and fatigue, I succeeded in discovering the cause of generation and life. Nay, more, I became myself capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. The astonishment which I had first experienced on this discovery soon gave place to delight and rapture. After so much time spent in painful labor, to arrive at once at the summit of my desires was the most gratifying consummation of my toils. But this discovery was so great and overwhelming that all the steps by which I had progressively led to it were obliterated, and I beheld only the result. What had been the study and desire of the wisest men since the creation of the world was now within my grasp. Not that, like a magic scene, it all opened upon me at once. The information I had obtained was of a nature rather to direct my endeavors so soon as I should point them toward the object of my search than to exhibit that object already accomplished. I was like the Arabian who had buried with the dead and found a passage to life, aided only by one glimmering and seemingly ineffectual light. I see by your eagerness and the wonder and hope which your eyes express, my friend, that you expect to be informed of the secret with which I am acquainted. That cannot be. Listen patiently until the end of my story, and you will easily perceive why I am reserved upon this subject. I will not lead you on, unguarded and ardent as I then was, to your destruction and infallible misery. Learn from me, if not by my precepts, at least by my example, how dangerous is the acquirement of knowledge, how much happier the man is who believes his native town to be the world than he who aspires to become greater than his nature will allow. When I found so astonishing a power placed within my hands, I hesitated a long time concerning the manner in which I should employ it. Although I possess the capacity of bestowing animation, yet to prepare a frame for the reception of it with all its intricacies of fibers, muscles, and veins still remained a work of inconceivable difficulty and labor. I doubted at first whether I should attempt the creation of a being like myself, or one of simpler organization, but my imagination was too much exalted by my first success to permit me to doubt of my ability to give life to an animal as complex and wonderful as man. The materials at present within my command hardly appeared adequate to so arduous an undertaking, but I doubted not that I should ultimately succeed. I prepared myself for a multitude of reverses. My operations might be incessantly baffled, and at last my work would be imperfect. Yet when I considered the improvement which every day takes place in science and mechanics, I was encouraged to hope my present attempts would at least lay the foundations of future success. Nor could I consider the magnitude and complexity of my plans as any argument of its impracticability. It was with these feelings that I began the creation of a human being. As the minuteness of the parts formed a great hindrance to my speed, I resolved, contrary to my first intention, to make the being of a gigantic stature. That is to say, about 8 feet in height, proportionably large. After having formed this determination and having spent some months in successful collecting and arranging of my materials, I began. Oh, Victor. It's so early on in the story. Stop that. The knocks are killing me now because Sam actually knocked on the door. No one can conceive the variety of feelings which bore me onwards. Like a hurricane in the first enthusiasm of success, life and death appeared to me ideal bounds which I should first break through and pour a torrent of light into our dark world. A new species would bless me as its creator and source. Many happy and excellent natures would owe their being to me. No father could claim the gratitude of his child so completely as I should deserve theirs. Pursuing these reflections, I thought that if I could bestow animation upon lifeless matter, I might, in process of time, although I now found it impossible, renew life where death had apparently devoted the body to corruption. These thoughts supported my spirits, while I pursued my undertaking in unremitting ardor. My cheek had grown pale with study, my person had become emaciated with confinement. Sometimes on the brink of certainty I failed, yet still I clung to the hope, which the next day or the next hour might realize. One secret which I alone possessed was the hope to which I had dedicated myself. and the moon gazed on my midnight labors while with unrelaxed and breathless eagerness I pursued nature to her hiding places. Who shall conceive the horrors of my secret toil as I dabbled among the unhallowed damps of the grave, or tortured the living animal to animate the lifeless clay? My limbs now tremble and my eyes swim with the remembrance. But then a resistless, almost frantic impulse urged me forward. I seemed to have lost all soul or sensation but for this one pursuit. I was indeed but a passing trance that only made me feel with renewed acuteness so soon as, the unnatural stimulus ceasing to operate, I had returned to my old habits. I collected bones from charnel houses and disturbed with profane fingers the tremendous secrets of the human frame. In a solitary chamber, or rather cell at the top of the house, separated from all the other apartments by a gallery and staircase, I kept my workshop of filthy creation. My eyeballs were starting from their sockets and attending to the details of my employment. The dissection room and the slaughterhouse furnishing many of my materials, and often did my human nature turn with loathing for my occupation. Whilst still urged on by eagerness, which perpetually increased, I brought my work near to conclusion. So he's like thinking back, what the fuck was I doing? But at the time, it felt like I had to, like, no matter how grotesque it was, right? The summer months possessed while I was thus engaged, heart and soul, in one pursuit. It was a most beautiful season. Never did the fields bestow a more plentiful harvest, or the vines yield a more luxuriant vintage. But my eyes were insensible to the charms of nature, and the same feelings which made me neglect the scenes around me caused me to also forget those friends who were so many miles absent, whom I had not seen for so long a time. I knew my silence disquieted them. I well remembered the words of my father.
I know that while you're pleased with yourself, you will think of us with affection, and we shall hear regularly from you. You must pardon me if I regard any interruption in your correspondence as proof that your other duties are equally neglected.
I knew well, therefore, that would be my father's feelings, but I could not tear my thoughts from my employment, loathsome in itself, but which had taken an irresistible hold of my imagination. I wished, as it were, to procrastinate all that related to my feelings of affection until the great object, which swallowed up every habit of my nature, should be completed. I then thought that my father would be unjust if he ascribed my negligence to vice or faultiness on my part, but I am now convinced that he was justified in conceiving that I should not be altogether free from blame. A human being in perfection ought always to preserve a calm and peaceful mind, and never to allow passion or a transitory desire to disturb his tranquility. I do not think that the pursuit of knowledge is an exception to this rule. If the study to which you apply yourself has a tendency to weaken your affections, to destroy your taste for those simple pleasures in which no alloy can possibly mix, that study is certainly unlawful, that is to say, not befitting the human mind. If this rule were always observed, if no man allowed any pursuit whatsoever to interfere with the tranquility of his domestic affections, Greece had not been enslaved, Caesar would have spared his country, America would have been discovered more gradually, and the empires of Mexico and Peru had not been destroyed. But I forget that I am moralizing in the most interesting part of my tale, and your looks remind me to proceed. My father made no reproach in his letters, and only took notice of my silence by inquiring into my occupations more particularly than before. Winter, spring, and summer passed away during my labors, but I did not watch the blossoms or the expanding leaves, sights which before always yielded me supreme delight. So deeply was I engrossed in my occupation, the leaves of that year had withered before my work drew near to a close, and now every day showed me more plainly how well I had succeeded. My enthusiasm was checked by my anxiety, and I appeared rather like one doomed by slavery to toil in the mines, or any other unwholesome trade than an artist occupied by his favorite employment. Every night I was oppressed by a slow fever, and became nervous to the most painful degree. The fall of a leaf startled me, and I shunned my fellow creatures as if I had been guilty of a crime. You are, right? Or no, actually, he did say that he was technically procuring the body parts legally. Still weird. Sometimes I grew alarmed at the wreck I perceived that I had become. The energy of my purpose alone sustained me. My labors would soon end, and I believed that exercise and amusement would then drive away incipient disease. I promised myself both of these when my creation should be complete. Chapter 4 done. Wind! Oh, what a sweet little nugget. I love it so much. I love it! Wind! This is what happens when men don't marry their cousins the way their mothers wished. They're technically not related. Let's make that clear. He is not related to Elizabeth. She was taken into the home. I don't think adopted as like a child. Like they're not brother and sister. They're not stepbrother or stepsister, none of that. But they did grow up together. So they're inmates, and they were inmates. All right, time for another treeslet. She's more than a sister. Oh my God, they were inmates. Oh, God. Yeah, his mommy came to him and was like, I have a gift for you, and gave him a girl. He's like, so it's my mom's fault that I'm obsessed with her, okay? Actually. All right. Let's do chapter 5, and we'll take our break after chapter 5. I think that makes the most sense. Here's a nice little orphan girl for you to be obsessed with. Yeah, it's very odd. It's very odd. All right, chapter 5. It was on a dreary night of November. It was on a dreary night of November that I beheld the accomplishments of my toils. With an anxiety that almost amounted to agony, I collected the instruments of life around me, that I might infuse a spark of being into the lifeless thing that lay at my feet. It was already 1 in the morning. The rain pattered dismally against the panes. My candle was nearly burnt out when, by the glimmer of the half-extinguished light, I saw the dull yellow eye of the creature open. It breathed hard, and a convulsive motion agitated its limbs. How can I describe my emotions at this catastrophe? How... I fucking hate that one so much. Which means we should keep it, but... it alarms me. How delineate the wretch whom, with such infinite pains and care, I had endeavored to form? His limbs were in proportion. I had selected his features as beautiful. Beautiful! Great God. His yellow skin scarcely covering the work of muscles and arteries beneath. His hair was of a lustrous black and flowing, his teeth of a pearly whiteness. But these luxuriances only formed a more horrid contrast with his watery eyes that seemed almost of the same color as the dun-white sockets in which they were set, his shriveled complexion and straight black lips. The different accidents of life are not so changeable as the feelings of human nature. I had worked hard for nearly 2 years for the sole purpose of infusing life into an inanimate body. For this I had deprived myself of rest and health. I had desired it with an ardor that far exceeded moderation, but now that I had finished, the beauty of the dream vanished, and breathless horror and disgust filled my heart. Unable to endure the aspect of the being I had created, I rushed out of the room and continued a long time traversing my bedchamber, unable to compose my mind to sleep. At length, lassitude succeeded to the tumult I had before endured, and I threw myself on the bed in my clothes, endeavored to seek a few moments of forgetfulness, but it was in vain. I slept, indeed, but I was disturbed by the wildest dreams. I thought I saw Elizabeth in the bloom of health, walking in the streets of Ingolstadt. Delighted and surprised, I embraced her, but as I imprinted the first kiss on her lips, they became livid with the hue of death. Her features appeared to change. I saw the grave worms crawling in the folds of the flannel. I started from my sleep with horror, cold dew covering my forehead, my teeth chattered, and every limb became convulsed. When, by the dim and yellow light of the moon, as it forced its way through the window shutters, I beheld the wretch, the miserable monster whom I had created. He held up the curtain of the bed, and his eyes, if eyes they may be called, were fixed on me. His jaw opened, and he muttered some inarticulate sounds, while a grin wrinkled his cheeks. He might have spoken, but I did not hear. One hand was stretched out, seemingly to detain me, but I escaped and rushed downstairs. I took refuge in the courtyard belonging to the house which I inhabited, where I remained during the rest of the night, walking up and down in the greatest agitation, listening attentively, catching and fearing each sound as if it were announced the approach of the demoniacal corpse to which I had so miserably given life. So you're telling me this guy worked for 2 years to make a body, a perfectly proportional body, managed to bring it back to life, and was so horrified by it being back to life that he was like, I'm gonna just go to bed. I'm gonna just go to bed, I think. So he went to bed, had a nightmare that his sister wife, that he went to kiss his sister wife for the first time, but she was also like undead. And then the guy he built and brought back to life crawled in through his window. So he ran out and went somewhere else again. I mean, I don't know exactly what I expect him to do, but like, it's crazy. And he's like, I guess I'll just leave that in there. Like, he's a spider. Like, what is this? Oh, God. Anyways. Oh, no mortal could support the horror of that countenance. A mummy, again endued with animation, could not be so hideous as that wretch. I had gazed on him while unfinished. He was ugly then, but when those muscles and joints were rendered capable of motion, it became a thing such as even Dante could not have conceived. I passed the night wretchedly. Sometimes my pulse beat so quickly and hardly that I felt the palpitation of every artery. At others, I nearly sank to the ground through languor, and extreme weakness mingled with this horror. I felt the bitterness of disappointment. Dreams that had been my food and pleasant rest for so long a space were now become a hell to me. And the change was so rapid, the overthrow so complete. Morning, dismal and wet, at length dawned and discovered to my sleepless and aching eyes the church of Ingolstadt, its white steeple and clock which indicated the 6th hour. The porter opened the gates of the court which had that night been my asylum, and I issued into the streets, pacing them with quick steps, as if I sought to avoid the wretch whom I feared every turning of the street would present to my view. I did not dare return to the apartment which I inhabited, but felt impelled to hurry on, although drenched by rain which poured from black and comfortless sky. I continued walking in this manner for some time, endeavoring by bodily exercise to ease the load that weighed upon my mind. I traversed the streets without any clear conception of where I was or what I was doing. My heart palpitated in the sickness of fear, and I hurried on with irregular steps, not daring to look about me. Like one who on a lonely road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. Coleridge's Ancient Mariner. A poem. These boys love poems. Continuing this, I came at length opposite to the inn at which the various diligences and carriages usually stopped. Here I paused, I knew not why, but I remained some minutes with my eyes fixed on a coach that was coming toward me from the other end of the street. As it drew nearer, I observed that it was the Swiss diligence. It stopped just where I was standing, and on the door being opened, I perceived, I thought that said Henry Cavill, and I was like, huh? And on the door being opened, I perceived Henry Clerval, who on seeing me instantly sprung out. Bam! Henry! Everybody welcome Henry to the cast. Claps, claps, claps. My dear Frankenstein, claimed he. How glad I am to see you. How fortunate that you should be here at the very moment of my alighting. Wait. We have to change it. Someone paid to change it, didn't they? Well, it's been real, Henry. That's what could have been. A perfectly normal boy voice, okay? Nothing could equal my delight on seeing Clerval. His presence brought back to my thoughts my father, Elizabeth, and all those scenes of home so dear to my recollection. I grasped his hand and in a moment forgot my horror and misfortune. I felt suddenly, and for the first time during many months, calm and serene joy. I welcomed my friend, therefore, in the most cordial manner. We walked toward my college. Clerval continued talking for some time about our mutual friends and his own good fortune in being permitted to come to Ingolstadt. You might easily believe, said he, how great was the difficulty to persuade my father that all necessary knowledge was not comprised in the noble art of bookkeeping. And indeed, I believe I left him incredulous to the last, for his constant answer to my unwearied entreaties was the same as that of the Dutch schoolmaster in The Vicar of Wakefield. I have 10,000 florins a year without Greek. I eat heartily without Greek. But his affection for me at length overcame his dislike of learning, and he has permitted me to undertake a voyage of discovery to the land of knowledge. It gives me the greatest delight to see you. Tell me how you left my father, brothers, and Elizabeth. Yes, very well, and very happy. And the now we're Frankensteining. Now we're Frankensteining, guys. Chapter 5, that's where it's at. Oh my God, I'm crying. This is what she wanted. Mary Shelley was like, God, I hope someone does this book justice one day. Oh my God. There he is! Huge donut! Where's Huge Man? There he is! Huge dono! Beep, 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 beep. Thank you so much, everybody who has donated. Short Stack, thank you for the 150. True Heart for the 50. Raven's Whispers for the 36. Like Genie for the 33. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for contributing. We're coming up close on 2K, guys. We're getting close. We're getting close. This is what Twitch was made for. Very well and very happy, only a little uneasy that they hear from you so seldom, which by the by, I mean to lecture you a little upon their account myself. But my dear Frankenstein, continued he, stopping short and gazing full in my face, I did not before remark how very ill you appear, so thin and pale. You look as if you've been watching for several nights. Oh, you guessed it right. I've lately been so deeply engaged in one occupation, I've not allowed myself sufficient rest, as you see. But I sincerely hope, that all these employments are now at an end, that I am at length free. I trembled excessively. I could not endure to think of, and far less to allude to, the occurrences of the preceding night. I walked with a quick pace, and we soon arrived at my college. I then reflected, and the thought made me shiver, that the creature whom I had left in my apartment might still be there, alive, walking about. I dreaded to behold this monster, but I feared still more that Henry should see him. Entreating him, therefore, to remain a few minutes at the bottom of the stairs, I darted up toward my own room. My hand was already on the lock of the door before I recollected myself. I then paused, and a cold shivering came over me. I threw the door forcibly open, as children are accustomed to do when they expect a specter to stand in waiting for them on the other side. But nothing appeared. I stepped fearfully in. The apartment was empty. My bedroom was freed from its hideous guest. I could hardly believe that so great a good fortune could have befallen me, But when I became assured that my enemy had indeed fled, I clapped my hands for joy and ran down to Clerval. We ascended into my room, and the servant presently brought breakfast. Damn, this guy's in college with a servant? Must be nice. The servant presently brought breakfast, but I was unable to contain myself. It was not joy only that possessed me. I felt my flesh tingle with excess of sensitiveness. My pulse beat rapidly. I was unable to remain for a single instant in the same place. I jumped over the chairs, clapped my hands, laughed aloud. Clerval at first attributed my unusual spirits to joy on his arrival, but when he observed me more attentively, he saw a wildness in my eyes for which he could not account, and my loud, unrestrained, heartless laughter frightened and astonished him. My dear Victor, cried he, what for God's sake is the matter? Do not laugh in this manner. How ill you are. What is the cause of all this? Don't ask me, cried I, putting my hands before my eyes, for I thought I saw the dreaded specter glide into the room. Hey, Cantal! Oh, save me! Save me! I imagined that the monster seized me, and I struggled furiously and fell down in a fit. Poor Clerval, what must have been his feelings? A meeting, which he anticipated with such joy, so strangely turned to bitterness. But I was not the witness of his grief. I was lifeless and did not recover my senses for a long, long time. This was the commencement of a nervous fever which confined me for several months. During all that time, Henry was my only nurse. I afterwards learned that, knowing my father's advanced age and unfitness for so long a journey, how wretched my sickness would make Elizabeth, he spared them this grief by concealing the extent of my disorder. He knew that I could not have a more kind and attentive nurse than himself, and firm in the hope he felt of my recovery, he did not doubt that, instead of doing harm, he performed the kindest action that he could toward them. But I was in reality very ill, and surely nothing but the unbounded and remitting attentions of my friend could have restored me to life. The form of the monster on whom I had bestowed existence was forever before my eyes, and I raved incessantly concerning him. Doubtless my words surprised Henry. He at first believed them to be the wanderings of my disturbed imagination, but the pertinacity with which I continually recurred to the same subject persuaded him that my disorder indeed owed its origin to some uncommon and terrible event. By very slow degrees, and with frequent relapses that alarmed and grieved my friend, I recovered. I remembered the first time I became capable of observing outward objects with any kind of pleasure. I perceived that the fallen leaves had disappeared, that the young buds were shooting forth from the trees that shaded my window. It was a divine spring, and the season contributed greatly to my convalescence. I felt also sentiments of joy and affection revive in my bosom. My gloom disappeared, and in a short time I became as cheerful as before I was attacked with fatal passion. Dearest Clerval, exclaimed I, how kind, how very good you are to me. This whole winter, instead of being spent in study as you promised yourself, has been consumed in my sick room. However shall I repay you? I feel the greatest remorse for the disappointment of which I've been the occasion, but you will forgive me. You will repay me entirely if you do not decompose yourself, but get well as fast as you can. Since you appear in such good spirits, I may speak to you on one subject, if I may not. I trembled. One subject? What could it be? Could he allude to an object on whom I dare not even think? Compose yourself, said Clerval, who observed my change of color. I will not mention it if it agitates you, but your father and cousin would be very happy if they received a letter from you in your own handwriting. They hardly know how ill you've been and are uneasy at your long silence.
Please start the letter.
Okay. I will. You monster. It was on a dreary night of November that I beheld the accomplishments of my toils. With an anxiety that almost amounted to agony, I collected the instruments of life around me that I might infuse a spark of being into the lifeless thing that lay at my feet. It was already 1 a.m. The rain pattered dismally against the panes, and my candle was nearly burnt out when, by the glimmer of the half-extinguished light, I saw the dull yellow eye of the creature open. It breathed hard, and a convulsive motion agitated its limbs. We're free! Frankensteining! We're Frankensteining! Woo! How can I describe my emotions at this catastrophe? Or how delineate the wretch whom with such infinite pains and care I had endeavored to form? His limbs were in proportion, and I had selected his features as beautiful. Beautiful! Great God. His yellow skin scarcely covered the work of muscles and arteries beneath. His hair was of a lustrous black and flowing, his teeth of a pearly whiteness, but these luxuriances only formed a more horrid contrast with his watery eyes that seemed almost of the same color as the dun white sockets in which they were set, his shriveled complexion and straight black lips. The different accidents of life are not so changeable as the feelings of human nature. I had worked hard for nearly 2 years for the sole purpose of infusing life into an inanimate body. For this I had deprived myself of rest and health. I had desired it with an ardor that far exceeded moderation. Uh-oh, an ad's about to start. Wait. Let me get to the end of this paragraph, and then we should take a break. But I will reread chapter 5. I will. I will. Where was I? For this I had deprived myself of rest and health. I had desired it with an ardor that far exceeded moderation, but now that I have finished, the beauty of the dream vanished, and breathless horror and disgust filled my heart. Unable to endure the aspect of the being I had created, I rushed out of the room and continued a long time traversing my bedchamber, unable to compose my mind to sleep. At length lassitude succeeded to the tumult I had before endured, and I threw myself on the bed in my clothes, endeavoring to seek a few moments of forgetfulness. But it was in vain. I slept indeed, but I was disturbed by the wildest dreams. I thought I saw Elizabeth, in the bloom of health, walking in the streets of Ingolstadt. Delighted and surprised, I embraced her, but as I imprinted the first kiss on her lips, they became livid with the hue of death. Her features appeared to change, and I saw the grave worms crawling in the folds of the flannel. Oh, I skipped a line. Both times. Her features appeared to change, and I thought that I held the corpse of my dead mother in my arms. A shroud enveloped her form, and I saw the grave worms crawling in the folds of the flannel. I started from my sleep with horror. A cold dew covered my forehead, my teeth chattered, and every limb became convulsed when, by the dim and yellow light of the moon, as it forced its way through the window shutters, I beheld the wretch, the miserable monster whom I had created. He held up the curtain of the bed, and his eyes, if they may be called, were fixed on me. His jaws opened, and he muttered some inarticulate sounds while a grin wrinkled his cheeks. He might have spoken, but I did not hear. One hand was stretched out, seeming to detain me, but I escaped and rushed downstairs. I took refuge in the courtyard belonging to the house which I inhabited, where I remained for the rest of the night, walking up and down in the greatest agitation, listening attentively, catching and fearing each sound, as if it were to announce the approach of the demoniacal corpse to which I had so miserably given life. Okay, I'll highlight where we're picking up. We're going to take a break, a long enough break that I can run quite a few ads so we don't get interrupted. Rewind! I just read that. I love it though. That's the name of the game. This is how it goes. We're Frankensteining. All right, so enjoy your ghost game. You got some ghosts to shoot, guys. Have fun. I will see you guys in a moment. Grab a drink, take your pills, go pee, etc. Looks like 2.5 minutes left on ads, and then we will come back and keep reading. Bro, absolutely not. Go back to bed. Go back to bed. Thank you. Good night. Bye. Go on. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Shot a lot of mush ghosts. I think there's a way to see who shot the most mush ghosts, actually. Or to show like a leaderboard. A mush ghost leaderboard. Oops. Well, the test user's in the lead. Rigged. Okay, hold on now. Wait a minute, hold on. Rigged is a strong word. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the chaos. We're almost at 2,000. Thank you so much, Harper, for the dono while we were on break. We're almost at the 2K mark. Heck yeah! I was just talking with my mods, and I was saying that we're only a quarter of the way through the book. So I don't want anybody to be watching with the expectation that we're going to finish it tonight. We will plan to do a part 2 next weekend, but I will go as long as I can. I'll go as long as I can. But eventually, this old jaw is gonna give up. Speed read to the end. What happens to donos that happen between now and then? If I'm not streaming, don't do a special dono. General donos go toward the goal, absolutely. But if you wanted to apply to the reading, then don't do one of the special numbers. Every day we don't finish the book, another baby doesn't learn to read. Ah, there's so many illiterate babies in the world. Okay. So, if you'll recall, we read through all of chapter 5, and then some monster What a perfect soundtrack for what I was just talking about. Perfectly timed. Some monster paid money to help babies read. And we had to restart the chapter. Which was also perfectly timed. I was literally about to finish the chapter. Alrighty. So, let us continue. All right, I have the right face on. Oh, no mortal could support the horror of that countenance. A mummy again endued with animation could not be so hideous as that wretch. I had gazed on him while unfinished. He was ugly then. But when those muscles and joints were rendered capable of motion, it became a thing such as even Dante could not have conceived. I passed the night wretchedly. Sometimes my pulse beat so quickly and hardly that I felt the palpitation of every artery. At others, I nearly sank to the ground through languor and extreme weakness, mingled with this horror. I felt the bitterness of disappointment. Dreams that had been my food and pleasant rest for so long a space were now become a hell to me. And the change was so rapid, the overthrow so complete. Morning, dismal and wet, at length dawned and discovered to my sleepless and aching eyes the church of Ingolstadt, its white steeple and clock which indicated the 6th hour. The porter opened the gates of the court, which had that night been my asylum, and I issued into the streets, pacing them with quick steps, as if I sought to avoid the wretch whom I feared every turning of the street would present to my view. I did not dare return to the apartment which I inhabited, but felt impelled to hurry on, although drenched by the rain which poured from a black and comfortless sky. I continued walking in this manner for some time, endeavored by bodily exercise to ease the load that weighed upon my mind. I traversed the streets without any clear conception of where I was or what I was doing. My heart palpitated in the sickness of fear, and I hurried on with irregular steps, not daring to look about me. Like one who on a lonely road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round, walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. Coleridge's Ancient Mariner. Continuing thus, I came at length opposite to the inn at which the various diligences and carriages usually stopped. Here I paused, I knew not why, but I remained some minutes with my eyes fixed on a coach that was coming toward me from the other end of the street. As it drew nearer, I observed that it was the Swiss diligence. It stopped just where I was standing, and on the door being opened, I perceived Henry Clerval, who on seeing me instantly sprung out. "My dear Frankenstein," claimed he, "how glad I am to see you! How fortunate that you should be here at the very moment of my alighting!" Nothing could equal my delight on seeing Clerval. His presence brought back to my thoughts my father, Elizabeth, and all those scenes of home so dear to my recollection. I grasped his hand and in a moment forgot my horror and misfortune. I felt suddenly and for the first time during many months calm and serene joy. I welcomed my friend therefore in the most cordial manner, and we walked towards my college. Clerval continued talking for some time about our mutual friends and his good fortune in being permitted to come to Ingolstadt. "You may easily believe," said he, "how great was the difficulty to persuade my father that all necessary knowledge was not comprised in the noble art of bookkeeping, and indeed I believe I left him incredulous to the last, for his constant answer to my unwearied entreaties was the same as that of the Dutch schoolmaster in The Vicar of Wakefield. I have 10,000 florins a year without Greek. I eat heartily without Greek. But his affection for me at length overcame his dislike of learning, and he has permitted me to undertake a voyage of discovery to the land of knowledge. It gives me great delight to see you, but tell me how you left my father, brothers, and Elizabeth. Very well and very happy, only a little uneasy that they hear from you so seldom. By the by, I meant to lecture you a little upon their account myself. But, my dear Frankenstein, continued he, stopping short and gazing full in my face, I did not before remark how very ill you appear, so thin and pale. You look as if you've been watching for several nights. You've guessed right. I've literally been so deeply engaged in one occupation, I've not allowed myself sufficient rest, as you see. But I sincerely hope that these employments are now at an end and I am at length free. I trembled excessively. I could not endure to think of, and far less to allude to, the occurrences of the preceding night. I walked with a quick pace, and we soon arrived at my college. I then reflected, and the thought made me shiver, that the creature whom I had left in my apartment might still be there, alive, walking about. I dreaded to behold this monster, but I feared still more that Henry should see him. Entreating him, therefore, to remain a few minutes at the bottom of the stairs, I darted up towards my own room. My hand was already on the lock of the door before I recollected myself. I then paused, and a cold shiver came over me. I threw the door forcibly open, as children are accustomed to do when they expect a specter to stand in waiting for them on the other side. But nothing appeared. I stepped fearfully in. The apartment was empty, and my bedroom was freed from its hideous guest. I could hardly believe that so great a good fortune could have befallen me, but when I became assured that my enemy had indeed fled, I clapped my hands for joy and ran down to Clerval. We ascended to my room, and the servants presently brought breakfast. But I was unable to contain myself. It was not joy only that possessed me. I felt my flesh tingle with excess of sensitiveness, and my pulse beat rapidly. I was unable to remain for a single instant in the same place. I jumped over the chairs, clapped my hands, and laughed aloud. I'm just realizing. So he has, like, attendants, like servants in his house that he left in here all night with his creature. Okay. Clerval at first attributed my unusual spirits to joy on his arrival, but when he observed me more attentively, he saw a wildness in my eyes for which he could not account. And my loud, unrestrained, heartless laughter frightened and astonished him. My dear Victor, cried he, what for God's sake is the matter? Do not laugh in that manner. How ill you are. What is the cause of all this? Don't ask me, cried I, putting my hands before my eyes, for I thought I saw the dreaded specter glide into the room. He can tell! Oh, save me! Save me! I imagined that the monster seized me. I struggled furiously and fell down in a fit. And poor Clerval, what must have been his feelings? A meeting which he anticipated with such joy so strangely turned to bitterness. But I was not the witness of his grief, for I was lifeless and did not recover my sense for a long, long time. This was the commencement of a nervous fever which confined me for several months. During all that time, Henry was my only nurse. I afterwards learned that, knowing my father's advanced age and unfitness for so long a journey, and how wretched my sickness would make Elizabeth, he spared them this grief by concealing the extent of my disorder. He knew I could not have a more kind and attentive nurse than himself, and firm in the hope he felt of my recovery, he did not doubt that, instead of doing harm, he performed the kindest action that he could towards them. But I was in reality very ill, and surely nothing but the unbounded and unremitting attentions of my friend could have restored me to life. The form of the monster on whom I had bestowed existence was forever before my eyes, and I raved incessantly concerning him. Doubtless my words surprised Henry. He at first believed them to be the wanderings of my disturbed imagination, but the pertinacity with which I continually recurred to the same subject persuaded him that my disorder indeed owed its origins to some uncommon and terrible event. By very slow degrees, and with frequent relapses that alarmed and grieved my friend, I recovered. I remember the first time I became capable of observing outward objects with any kind of pleasure. I perceived that the fallen leaves had disappeared, that the young buds were shooting forth from the trees that shaded my window. It was a divine spring, and the season contributed greatly to my convalescence. I felt also sentiments of joy and affection revive in my bosom. My gloom disappeared, and in short time I became as cheerful as before I was attacked by the fatal passions. "Dearest Clerval," exclaimed I, "how kind, how very good you are to me. This whole winter, instead of being spent in study as you promised yourself, has been consumed in my sick room. However shall I repay you? I feel the greatest remorse for the disappointment for which I've been the occasion, but you will forgive me." "You repay me entirely if you do not decompose yourself, but get well as fast as you can. Since you appear in good spirits, I may speak to you on one subject, may I not?" I trembled. One subject? What could it be? Could he allude to an object on whom I dare not even think? "Compose yourself," said Clerval, who observed my change of color. "I will not mention it if it agitates you, but your father and cousin would be very happy if they received a letter from you in your own handwriting. They hardly know how ill you've been and are uneasy at your long silence." "Is that all, my dear Henry? How could you suppose my first..."
Start the letter.
I knew that was going to happen. As a reminder, one of you could save me. One of you could save me. One of you could save me. It's for charity. One of you could save me from chapter 5. One of you could save me. Please. It was on a dreary night of November that I beheld the accomplishments of my toils. With an anxiety that almost amounted to agony, I collected the instruments of life around me that I might infuse a spark of being into the lifeless thing that lay at my feet. It was already 1 a.m, the rain pattered dismally against the panes, and my candle was nearly burnt out when, by the glimmer of the half-extinguished light, I saw the dull, yellow eye of the creature open. It breathed hard, and a convulsive motion agitated its limbs. How can I describe my emotions at this catastrophe, or how delineate the wretch whom with such infinite pains and care I had endeavored to form? His limbs were in proportion, and I had selected his features as beautiful. Beautiful! Great God! His yellow skin scarcely covered the work of muscles and arteries beneath. His hair was of a lustrous black and flowing, his teeth of a pearly whiteness. These luxuriances only formed a more horrid contrast with his watery eyes that seemed almost of the same color as the dun white sockets in which they were set.
Start the next letter.
A hero! A hero! Chapter 6! A hero! Clerval. Chapter 6. Clerval then put the following letter into my hands. It was from my own Elizabeth.
My dearest cousin, you have been ill, very ill, and even the constant letters of dear, kind Henry are not sufficient to reassure me on your account. You are forbidden to write, to hold a pen, yet one word from you, dear Victor, is necessary to calm our apprehensions. For a long time I have thought that each post would bring this line, and my persuasions have restrained my uncle from undertaking a journey to Ingolstadt. I've prevented his encountering the inconveniences and perhaps dangers of so long a journey, yet how often I have regretted not being able to perform it myself. I figured to myself that the task of attending on your sickbed...
Start the next letter.
Not this one, though. You know what? Fuck all that. Who gives a shit about Elizabeth? Chapter 7. By chapter 6. On my return, I found the following letter from my father. no.
My dear Victor, you've probably waited impatiently for a letter to fix the date of your return to us, and I was at first tempted to write only a few lines, merely mentioning the day on which I should expect you, but that would be a cruel kindness, and I dare not do it. What would be your surprise, my son, when you expect a happy, glad welcome to behold, on the contrary, tears and wretchedness? And how, Victor, can I relate our misfortune? Absence cannot have rendered you callous to our joys and griefs. And how shall I inflict pain on my long-absent son? I wish to prepare you for the woeful news, but I know it's impossible. Even now your eye skims over the page to seek the words which are to convey to you the horrible tidings. William is dead! That sweet child whose smiles delighted and warmed my heart, who is so gentle yet so gay. Victor, he is murdered! I will not attempt to console you, but will simply relate the circumstances of the transaction. For last Thursday, May 7th, I, my niece, and your two brothers went to walk in Plain Palais. The evening was warm and serene, and we prolonged our walk further than usual. It was already dusk before we thought of returning, and then we discovered that William and Ernest, who had gone on before, were nowhere to be found. We accordingly rested on a seat until they should return. Presently, Ernest came and inquired if we had seen his brother, and he said he had been playing with him, that William had run away to hide himself, and that he vainly sought for him and afterwards waited for a long time, but then he did not return. This account rather alarmed us, and we continued to search for him until night fell, when Elizabeth conjectured he might have returned home, but he was not there. We returned again with torches, for I could not rest, when I thought that my sweet boy had lost himself and was exposed to the damps and dews of night. Elizabeth also suffered extreme anguish. About 5 in the morning, I discovered my lovely boy, whom the night before I had seen blooming and active in health, stretched on the grass, livid and motionless. The print of the murderer's fingers on his neck. He was conveyed home in the anguish.
This is such a sad thing to be reading in this voice, but we're committing.
He was conveyed home in the anguish that was visible in my countenance betrayed this secret to Elizabeth. She was very earnest to see the corpse. At first I attempted to prevent her, but she persisted, and entering the...
A paragraph.
This account rather alarmed us when we continued to search for him until night fell, when Elizabeth conjectured that he might have returned to the house. He was not there. We returned again with torches, for I could not rest when I thought that my sweet boy had lost himself and was exposed to all the damps and dews of the night. Elizabeth also suffered extreme anguish. About 5 in the morning, I discovered my loverly boy, whom the night before I had seen blooming and active in health, stretched on the grass, livid and motionless. The print of the murderer's finger was on his neck. He was conveyed home, and the anguish that was visible in my countenance betrayed the secret to Elizabeth. She was very earnest to see the corpse. At first I attempted to prevent her, but she persisted and entered the room where it lay, hastily examining the neck of the victim and clasping her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, God, I've murdered my darling child!" She fainted and was restored with extreme difficulty, but when she again lived, it was only to weep and sigh. And she told me that same evening, William had teased her to let him wear a very valuable miniature that she possessed of your mother. The picture's gone, and was doubtless the temptation which urged the murderers to the deed. We have no trace of him at present, although our exertions to discover him are unremitted, but they will not restore my beloved William. Come! Dearest Victor, you alone can console Elizabeth, for she weeps continually and accuses herself unjustly as the cause of his death. Her words pierce my heart. We are all unhappy, but will not be an additional motive for you, my son, to return and be our comforter. Your dear mother, alas, Victor! I now say, thank God she didn't live to witness the cruel, miserable death of her youngest darling. Come, Victor, not brooding thoughts of vengeance against the assassin, but with feelings of peace and gentleness that will heal instead of festering the wounds of our minds. Enter the house of mourning, my friend, but with kindness and affection for those who love you, and not with hatred for your enemies. Your affectionate and afflicted father, Alphonse Frankenstein.
Geneva, May 12th. Clerval, who had watched my countenance as I read this letter, was surprised to observe the despair that succeeded the joy I had first expressed on receiving news from my friends. I threw the letter on the table and covered my face with my hands. "Oh, my dear Frankenstein!" exclaimed Henry when he perceived me weep with bitterness. "Are you always to be unhappy? My dear friend, what happened?" I motioned for him to take up the letter while I walked up and down the room in the extremest agitation. Tears gushed from the eyes of Clerval as he read the account of my misfortune. "I can offer you no consolation, my friend," said he. "Your disaster is irreparable. What do you intend to do?" "To go instantly to Geneva. Come with me, Henry, to order the horses." During our walk, Clerval endeavored to say a few words of consolation. He could only express his heartfelt sympathy. "Poor William," said he. "Dear loverly child, he now sleeps with his angel mother, who that had seen him bright and joyous in his young beauty, but must weep over his untimely loss. To die so miserably, to feel the murderer's grasp. How much more a murdered that could destroy radiant innocence. Poor little fellow. One only consolation have we. His friends mourn and weep, but he is at rest. The pang is over. His sufferings are at an end forever. A sod covers his gentle form, and he knows no pain. He can no longer be a subject for pity. We gotta reserve that for his miserable survivors." Clerval spoke thus as we hurried through the streets. The words impressed themselves on my mind, and I remembered them afterwards in solitude. But now, as soon as the horses arrived, I hurried into a cabriolet and bade farewell to my friend. My journey was very melancholy. At first I wished to hurry on, for I longed to console and sympathize with my loved and sorrowing friends, but when I drew near my native town, I slackened my progress. I could hardly sustain the multitude of feelings that crowded my mind. I passed through scenes familiar to my youth, but which I had not seen for nearly 6 years. How altered everything might be during that time. One sudden and desolating change had taken place, but 1,000 little circumstances might have by degrees worked other alterations, which, though they were done more tranquilly, might not be the less decisive. Fear overcame me. I dared no advance. Dreading 1,000 nameless evils that made me tremble, although I was unable to define them. I remained 2 days at Lausanne, in this painful state of mind. I contemplated the lake. The waters were placid. All around was calm, and the snowy mountains, the palaces of nature, were not changed. By degrees, the calm and heavenly scene restored me, and I continued my journey toward Geneva. The road ran by the side of the lake, which became narrower as I approached my native town. I discovered more distinctly the black sides of Jura and the bright summit of Mont Blanc. I wept like a child. "Dear mountains, my own beautiful lake, how do you welcome your wanderer? Your summits are clear, the sky and lake are blue and placid. Is this to prognosticate peace or to mock at my unhappiness?" I fear, my friend, that I shall render myself tedious by dwelling on these preliminary circumstances, but they were days of comparative happiness, and I think of them with pleasure. My country, my beloved country, who but a native can tell the delight I took in again beholding thy streams, thy mountains, and more than all, thy lovely lake. Yet as I drew home, grief and fear again overcame me. Night also closed around, and when I could hardly see the dark mountains, I felt still more gloomily. The picture appeared a vast and dim scene of evil, and I foresaw obscurely that I was destined to become the most wretched of human beings. Alas, I prophesied truly, and failed only in one single circumstance, that in all the misery I imagined and dreaded, I did not conceive the 100th part of the anguish I was destined to endure. It was completely dark when I arrived in the environs of Geneva. The gates of the town were already shut, and I was obliged to pass the night at Secaron, a village at the distance of half a league from the city. The sky was serene, and as I was unable to rest, I resolved to visit the spot where my poor William had been murdered. As I could not pass through the town, I was obliged to cross the lake in a boat to arrive at Plainpalais. During this short voyage, I saw the lightning playing on the summit of Mont Blanc in the most beautiful figures. The storm appeared to approach rapidly, and on landing, I ascended a low hill that I might observe its progress. It advanced, the heavens were clouded, and I soon felt the rain coming slowly in large drops, but its violence quickly increased. I quitted my seat and walked on, although the darkness and storm increased every minute, and the thunder burst with a terrific crash over my head. It was echoed from Sélève, the Jura, and the Alps of Savoy. Vivid flashes of lightning dazzled my eyes, illuminating the lake, making it appear like a vast sheet of fire. Then, for an instant, everything seemed of a pitchy darkness, until the eye recovered itself from the preceding flash. The storm, as is often the case in Switzerland, appeared at once in various parts of the heavens. The most violent storm hung exactly north of the town, over the part of the lake which lies between the promontory Belle-Rive and the village of Copette. Another storm enlightened Jura with faint flashes, and another darkened and sometimes disclosed the Mole. The Mole? Mole? A peaked mountain to the east of the lake. While I watched the tempest, so beautiful yet terrific, I wandered on with a hasty step. This noble war in the sky elevated my spirits. I clasped my hands and exclaimed aloud, "William, dear angel, this is thy funeral. This is thy dirge." As I said these words, I perceived in the gloom a figure which stole from behind a clump of trees near me. I stood fixed, gazing intently. I could not be mistaken. A flash of lightning illuminated the object and discovered its shape plainly to me, its gigantic stature and the deformity of its aspect more hideous than belonging to humanity. Instantly informed me that it was the wretch, the filthy demon to whom I had given life. What did he there? Could he be, I shuddered at the conception, the murderer of my brother? No sooner did that idea cross my imagination than I became convinced of its truth. My teeth chattered, and I was forced to lean against a tree for support. The figure passed me quickly, and I lost it in the gloom. Nothing in human shape could have destroyed the fair child. He was the murderer. I could not doubt it. The mere presence of the idea was an irresistible proof of the fact, and I thought of pursuing the devil, but it would have been in vain, for another flash discovered him to me hanging among the rocks of the nearly perpendicular ascent of Mont Sélève, a hill that bounds Plainpalais on the south. He soon reached the summit and disappeared. I remained motionless. The thunder ceased, but the rain still continued, and the scene was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. I resolved in my mind the events which had until now sought to forget. The whole train of my progress toward the creation, the appearance of the works of my own hands at my bedside, its departure. 2 years had now nearly elapsed since the night on which he first received life. And was this his first crime? Alas! I had turned loose into the world a depraved wretch whose delight was in carnage and misery. Had he not murdered my brother? No one can conceive the anguish I suffered during the remainder of the night, which I spent, cold and wet, in the open air. But I did not feel the inconvenience of the weather. My imagination was busy in scenes of evil and despair. I considered the being whom I had cast among mankind, and endowed with will and power to effect purpose of horror, such as the deed which he had now done, nearly in the light of my own vampire, my own spirit let loose from the grave and forced to destroy all that was dear to me. Day dawned, and I directed my steps toward the town. The gates were open, and I hastened to my father's house. My first thought was to discover what I knew of the murderer and cause instant pursuit to be made. But I paused when I reflected on the story I had to tell. A being whom I myself had formed and endued with life had met me at midnight among the precipices of an inaccessible mountain. I remembered also the nervous fever with which I had been seized just at the time that I dated my creation, and which would give an air of delirium to a tale otherwise so utterly improbable. I well knew that if any other had communicated such a relation to me, I should have looked upon it as the ravings of insanity. And besides, the strange nature of the animal would elude all pursuit, even if I were so far credited as to persuade my relatives to commence it. And then of what use would be pursuit? Who could arrest a creature capable of scaling the overhanging sides of Mont Sélève? These reflections determined me, and I resolved to remain silent. It was about 5 in the morning when I entered my father's house. I told the servants not to disturb the family and went into the library to attend their usual hour of rising. 6 years had elapsed, passed in a dream, but for one indelible trace, and I stood in the same place where I had last embraced my father before my departure for Ingolstadt. Beloved and venerable parent, he still remained to me. I gazed on the picture of my mother, which stood over the mantelpiece. It was a historical object painted at my father's desire, represented Caroline Beaufort in an agony of despair, kneeling by the coffin of her dead father. Her garb was rustic, her cheek pale, but there was an air of dignity and beauty that hardly permitted the sentiment of pity. Below this picture was a miniature of William. My tears flowed when I looked upon it. While I was thus engaged, Ernest entered. He heard me arrived and hastened to welcome me. "Welcome, my dear Victor," said he. "Ah, I wish you had come 3 months ago. Then you would have found us all joyous and delighted. You come to us now to share a misery which nothing can alleviate. Yet your presence will, I hope, revive our father, who seems sinking under his misfortune, and your persuasions will induce poor Elizabeth to cease her vain and tormenting self-accusations. Poor William, he was our darling and our pride." Tears, unrestrained, fell from my brother's eyes. A sense of mortal agony crept over my frame. Before I had only imagined the wretchedness of my desolated home, the reality came on me as a new and not less terrible disaster. I tried to calm Ernest. I inquired more minutely concerning my father, and here I named my cousin. "She most of all," said Ernest, "requires consolation. She accused herself of having caused the death of my brother, and that made her very wretched, but since the murderer has been discovered—" "The murderer discovered? Good God, how could that be? Who could attempt to pursue him? It's impossible. One might as well try to overtake the winds, or confine a mountain stream with a straw. I saw him. He was free last night." "I do not know what you mean," replied my brother, in accents of wonder. "But to us the discovery we have made completes our misery. No one would believe it at first. Even now Elizabeth will not be convinced, notwithstanding all the evidence. Indeed, who would credit that Justine Moritz, who was so amiable and fond of the family, could suddenly become so capable of so frightful, so appalling a crime?" "Justine Moritz? That poor girl, is she the accused? It's wrongfully. Everyone knows that. No one believes it. Surely, Ernest." "Well, no one did at first, but several circumstances came out. They've almost forced convictions upon us. And her own behavior has been so confused as to add the evidence of facts a weight that I fear leaves no hope for doubt. She will be tried today. You will then hear all." He then related that the morning on which the murder of poor William had been discovered, Justine had been taken ill and confined to her bed for several days. During this interval, one of the servants, happening to examine the apparel she wore on the night of the murder, had discovered in her pocket the picture of my mother, which had been judged to be the temptation of the murderer. The servant instantly showed it to one of the others, but without saying a word to any of the family, went to a magistrate, and upon their deposition, Justine was apprehended. On being charged with the fact, the poor girl confirmed the suspicion in a great measure by her extreme confusion of manner. This was a strange tale, but it did not shake my faith. I replied earnestly, "You're all mistaken. I know the murderer. Justine, poor good Justine is innocent." At that instant, my father entered. I saw unhappiness deeply impressed on his countenance. But he endeavored to welcome me cheerfully, and after we had exchanged our mournful greeting, would have introduced some other topic than of our disaster, had not Ernest exclaimed, "Good God, Papa! Victor says he knows who was the murderer of poor William."
"We do also, unfortunately," replied my father. "For indeed I had rather have been forever ignorant than have discovered so much depravity and ingratitude in one I valued so highly."
"My dear father, you're mistaken, for Justine is innocent."
"If she is, God forbid she should suffer as guilty. She's to be tried today. I sincerely hope she'll be acquitted."
This speech calmed me. I was firmly convinced in my own mind that Justine had indeed every human being, and indeed every human being was guiltless of this murder. I had no fear, therefore, that any circumstantial evidence could be brought forward strong enough to convict her. My tale was not one to announce publicly. Its astounding horror would be looked upon as madness by the vulgar. Did any one indeed exist except I, the creator, who would believe, unless his senses convinced him, in the existence of the living monument of presumption and rash ignorance which I had let loose upon the world? We were soon joined by Elizabeth. Time had altered her since I last beheld her. It had endowed her with loveliness surpassing the beauty of her childish years. There was the same candor, the same vivacity, but it was allied to an expression more full of sensibility and intellect. She welcomed me with the greatest affection.
Your arrival, my dear cousin,
said she,
fills me with hope. You perhaps will find some means to justify my poor guiltless Justine. Alas, who is safe if she be convicted of crime? I rely on her innocence as certainly as I do upon my own. Our misfortune is doubly hard to us. We have not only lost that lovely darling boy, but this poor girl whom I sincerely love is to be torn away by an even worse fate. If she is condemned, I shall never know joy more. But she will not. I'm sure she will not. And then I shall be happy again, even after the sad death of my little William.
She's innocent, my Elizabeth, said I, and that shall be proved. Fear nothing, but let your spirits be cheered by the assurance of her acquittal.
Oh, how kind and generous you are. Everyone else believes in her guilt. It made me wretched, for I knew that it was impossible. To see everyone else prejudiced in so deadly a manner rendered me hopeless and despairing.
She wept.
Dearest niece,
said my father,
dry your tears. If she is, as you believe, innocent, rely on the justice of our laws, and the activity with which I shall prevent the slightest shadow of partiality.
And chapter 7. Okay, so his littlest brother died, was murdered. They're looking for the murderer. Victor is convinced that it's his monster, who killed his little brother. And they think that it was one of their servants named Justine, or Justine is the one who has the evidence. Ugh. If somebody had $39, they could do the funniest thing. Stop this. Chapter person being generous. All right, chapter 8. We passed a few sad hours until 11 o'clock when the trial was to commence. My father and the rest of the family being obliged to attend as witnesses. I accompanied them to the court. During the whole of this wretched mockery of justice, I suffered living torture. It was to be decided whether the result of my curiosity and lawless devices would cause the death of two of my fellow beings. One a smiling babe full of innocence and joy, and the other far more dreadfully murdered, with every aggravation of infamy that could make the murder memorable in honor. Justine also was a girl of merit and possessed qualities which promised to render her life happy. Now all was to be obliterated in an ignominious grave, and I the cause. 1,000 times rather would I have confessed myself guilty of the crime ascribed to Justine, but I was absent when it was committed, and such a declaration would have been considered as the ravings of a madman, and would not have exculpated her who suffered through me. The appearance of Justine was calm. She was dressed in mourning. Her countenance, always engaged, was rendered by the solemnity of her feelings exquisitely beautiful. Yet she appeared confident in innocence and did not tremble, although gazed on and execrated by thousands for all the kindness which her beauty... Wind! Her beauty might otherwise have excited, was obliterated in the minds of the spectators by the imagination of the enormity she was supposed to have committed. She was tranquil, yet her tranquility was evidently constrained, and as her confusion had been before adduced as proof of her guilt, she worked up her mind to an appearance of courage. When she entered the court, she threw her eyes around and quickly discovered where we were. A tear seemed to dim her eye when she saw us, but she quickly recovered herself, and a look of sorrowful affection seemed to attest her utter guiltlessness. The trial began, and after the advocate against her had started the charge, several witnesses were called. Several strange facts combined against her, which might have staggered anyone who had not such proof of her innocence as I had. She had been out the whole of the night on which the murder had been committed, and towards morning had been perceived by a market woman not far from the spot where the body of the murdered child had been afterwards found. The woman asked her what she did there, but she looked very strangely, and only returned a confused and unintelligible answer. She returned to the house about 8 o'clock, and when one inquired where she had passed the night, she replied that she had been out looking for the child, and demanded earnestly if anything had been heard concerning him. When shown the body, she fell into violent hysterics and kept her bed for several days. The picture was then produced, which the servant had found in her pocket, and when Elizabeth, in a faltering voice, proved that it was the same which, an hour before the child had been missed, she had placed around his neck, a murmur of horror and indignation filled the court. Justine was called in for her defense. As the trial had proceeded, her countenance had altered. Surprise, horror, and misery were strongly expressed. Sometimes she struggled with her tears, but when she was desired to plead, she collected her powers and spoke in an audible, although variable voice. God knows, she said, how entirely I am innocent, but I do... Oh, wait. She has a body. She has a body. Where's her body? There it is. God knows how entirely I am innocent, but I do not pretend that my protestations should acquit me. I rest my innocence on a plain and simple explanation of the facts which have been adduced to me, and I hope the character I have always borne will incline my judges to a favorable interpretation. For any circumstances appear doubtful or suspicious. She then related that by the permission of Elizabeth, she had passed the evening of the night on which the murder had been committed at the house of an aunt at Shen, a village situated about a league from Geneva. On her return at about 9 o'clock, she met a man who asked if she had seen anything of the child who was lost. She was alarmed by this account and passed several hours in looking for him. When the gates of Geneva were shut, she was forced to remain several hours of the night in a barn belonging to a cottage, being unwilling to call up the inhabitants, to whom she was well known. Most of the night she spent here watching. Towards morning she believed that she slept for a few minutes. Some steps disturbed her and she awoke. It was dawn, and she quitted her asylum, and that she might again endeavor to find my brother. If she had gone near the spot where his body lay, it was without her knowledge. That she might have been bewildered when questioned by the market woman was not surprising, since she had passed a sleepless night and the fate of the poor William was yet uncertain. Concerning the picture, she could give no account. I know, continued the unhappy victim, how heavily and fatally this one circumstance weighs against me, but I have no power of explaining it, and when I have expressed my utter ignorance, I am only left to conjecture concerning the probabilities by which I might have been placed in my pocket. But here also I am checked. I believe that I have no enemy on earth, and none surely would have been so wicked as to destroy me wantonly. Did the murderer place it there? I know of no opportunity afforded him for doing so, or if I had, why should he have stolen the jewel to part with it again so soon? I commit my cause to the justices and my judges, yet I see no room for hope. I beg permission to have a few witnesses examined concerning my character, and if their testimony should not overweigh my supposed guilt, I must be condemned, although I would pledge my salvation on my innocence. Several witnesses were called who had known her for many years, and they spoke well of her, but fear and hatred of the crime of which they supposed her guilty rendered them timorous and unwilling to come forward. Elizabeth saw even this last resource, her excellent dispositions and irreproachable conduct, about to fail the accused when, although violently agitated, she desired permission to address the court. I am, said she, the cousin of the unhappy child who was murdered, or rather, his sister. Oh, Elizabeth. Oh my God. Wrong person. I am, said she, the cousin of the unhappy child who was murdered, or rather his sister, for I was educated by and have lived with his parents ever since, and even long before his birth. It may therefore be judged indecent in me to come forward on this occasion, but when I see a fellow creature about to perish through the cowardice of her pretended friends, I wish to be allowed to speak, that I may say what I know of her character. I am well acquainted with the accused. I've lived in the same house with her, at one time for 5 and another for nearly 2 years.
During all that period, she appeared to me the most amiable and benevolent of human creatures. She nursed Madame Frankenstein, my aunt, in her last illness, with the greatest affection and care that afterwards attended her own mother during a tedious illness, in a manner that excited the admiration of all who knew her, after which she again lived in my uncle's house, where she was beloved by all the family. She was warmly attached to the child who is now dead, and acted toward him like a most affectionate mother. For my own part, I do not hesitate to say that notwithstanding all the evidence produced against her, I believe and rely on her perfect innocence. She had no temptation for such an action. As to the bauble on which the chief proof rests, if she had earnestly desired it, I should have willingly given it to her. So much do I esteem and value her.
A murmur of approbation followed Elizabeth's simple, powerful appeal, but it was excited by her generous interference and not in favor of poor Justine, on whom the public indignation was turned with renewed violence, charging her with the blackest ingratitude. She herself wept as Elizabeth spoke, but she did not answer. My own agitation and anguish was extreme during the trial. I believed in her innocence. I knew it. Could the demon who had, I did not for a minute doubt, murdered my brother, also in his hellish sport have betrayed the innocent to death and ignominy? I could not sustain the horror of my situation, and when I perceived that the popular voice and the countenances of the judges had already condemned my unhappy victim, I rushed out of the court in agony. The tortures of the accused did not equal mine. She was sustained by innocence, but the fangs of remorse tore my bosom and would not forego their hold. I passed a night of unmingled wretchedness. In the morning I went to the court. My lips and throat were parched. I dare not ask the fatal question, but I was known, and the officer guessed the cause of my visit. The ballots had been thrown. They were black. Justine was condemned. I cannot pretend to describe what I then felt. I had before experienced sensations of horror. I have endeavored to bestow upon them adequate expressions, but words cannot convey an idea of the heart-sickening despair that I then endured. The person to whom I addressed myself added that Justine had already confessed her guilt. That evidence, he observed, was hardly required in so glaring a case, but I am glad of it, and indeed none of our judges like to condemn a criminal upon circumstantial evidence, be it ever so decisive. This was strange and unexpected intelligence, but what could it mean? Had my eyes deceived me? Was I really as mad as the whole world would believe me to be if I disclosed the object of my suspicions? I hastened to return home, and Elizabeth eagerly demanded the result. My cousin, replied I, it is decided as you may have expected. All judges had rather that 10 innocent should suffer than 1 guilty should escape. But she has confessed. This was a dire blow to poor Elizabeth, who had relied with firmness upon Justine's innocence.
Alas, said she, how shall I ever again believe in human goodness? Justine, whom I loved and esteemed as my sister, how could she put on those smiles of innocence only to betray? Her mild eyes seem incapable of any severity or guile, and yet she's committed a murder?
Soon after we heard that the poor victim had expressed a desire to see my cousin, my father wished her not to go, but said that he left it to her own judgment and feelings to decide.
Yes,
said Elizabeth.
I will go, although she is guilty, and you, Victor, shall accompany me. I cannot go alone.
The idea of this visit was torture to me, yet I could not refuse. We entered the gloomy prison chamber and beheld Justine sitting on some straw at the farther end. Her hands were manacled, her head rested on her knees. She rose on seeing us enter, and when we were left alone with her, she threw herself at the feet of Elizabeth, weeping bitterly. My cousin wept also.
Oh, Justine,
said she.
Why did you rob me of my last consolation? I relied on your innocence, and although I was then very wretched, I was not so miserable as I am now. And do you believe that I am so very, very wicked? Do you also join with my enemies to crush me, to condemn me a murderer?
Her voice was suffocated with sobs.
Oh, rise, my poor girl, said Elizabeth. Why do you kneel if you're innocent? I am not one of your enemies. I believed you guiltless, notwithstanding every evidence, until I heard that you had yourself declared your guilt. that report you say is false. And be assured, dear Justine, nothing can shake my confidence in you for a moment but your own confession. I did confess, but I confessed a lie. I confessed that I might obtain absolution, but now that falsehood lies heavier at my heart than all my other sins. The God of heaven forgive me. Ever since I was condemned, my confessor has besieged me, threatened and menaced until I almost began to think I was the monster he said I was. He threatened excommunication and hellfire in the last moments if I continued obdurate. Dear lady, I had none to support me. All looked on me as a wretch doomed to ignominy and perdition. What could I do? In an evil hour I subscribed to a lie, and now I am truly miserable.
She paused, weeping, and then continued.
I thought with horror, my sweet lady, that you should believe your Justine, whom your blessed aunt had so highly honored, whom you loved, was a creature capable of a crime. Wind! Was capable of a crime which none but the devil himself could have perpetrated. Oh, and dear William, dear blessed child, I soon shall see you again in heaven, where we shall all be happy. And that consoles me, going as I am to suffer ignominy and death. Oh, Justine, forgive me for having for one moment distrusted you. Why did you confess? Do not mourn, dear girl. Don't fear. I will proclaim. I will prove your innocence. I will melt the stony hearts of your enemies by my tears and prayers. You shall not die. You, my playfellow, my companion, my sister, perish on the scaffold? No! No! I never could survive so horrible a misfortune.
Justine shook her head mournfully.
I do not fear to die, she said. That pang is past. God raises my weakness and gives me courage to endure the worst. I leave a sad and bitter world, and if you remember me and think of me as one unjustly condemned, I am resigned to the fate awaiting me. Learn from me, dear lady, to submit in patience to the will of heaven.
During this conversation, I had retired to a corner. During this conversation, I had retired to a corner of the... Y'all are going to give me a heart attack. I had retired to a corner of the prison room where I could conceal the horrid anguish that possessed me. Despair. Who dared talk of that? The poor victim who on the morrow was to pass the awful boundary between life and death felt not, as I did, such deep and bitter agony. I gnashed my teeth and ground them together, uttering a groan that came from my inmost soul. Justine started. When she saw who it was, she approached me and said,
Dear sir, you are very kind to visit me. You, I hope, do not believe that I am guilty.
I could not answer.
No, Justine, said Elizabeth. He's more convinced of your innocence than I was, for even when I heard that you had confessed, he did not credit it. I truly thank him. In these moments, I feel the sincerest gratitude toward those who think of me with kindness. How sweet is the affection of others to such a wretch as I am. It removes more than half my misfortune. But I feel as if I could die in peace now that my innocence is acknowledged by you, dear lady, and your cousin.
Thus the poor sufferer tried to comfort others and herself. She indeed gained the resignation she desired. But I, the true murderer... Oh, where am I? There we go. Felt the never-ending worm alive in my bosom, which allowed no hope or consolation. Elizabeth wept and was unhappy, but hers was the misery of innocence, which like a cloud that passes over the fair moon for a while hides but cannot tarnish its brightness. Anguish and despair had penetrated to the core of my heart. I bore a hell within me which nothing could extinguish. We stayed several hours with Justine. It was with great difficulty Elizabeth could tear herself away.
I wish, cried she, that I were to die with you. I cannot live in this world of misery.
Justine assumed an air of cheerfulness. While she with difficulty repressed her bitter tears, she embraced Elizabeth and said in a voice half suppressed emotion,
Farewell, sweet lady, dearest Elizabeth, my beloved and only friend. May heaven, in its bounty, bless and preserve you.
May this be the last misfortune you will ever suffer. Live and be happy, and make others so. And on the morrow, Justine died. Elizabeth's heart-rending eloquence failed to move the judges from their settled conviction in the criminality of the saintly sufferer. My passionate and indignant appeals were lost on them, and when I received their cold answers and heard the harsh, unfeeling reasoning of these men, my proposed avowal died away on my lips. Thus I might proclaim myself a madman, but not revoke the sentence passed upon my wretched victim. She perished on the scaffold as a murderess. From the tortures of my own heart, I turned to contemplate the deep and voiceless grief of my Elizabeth. This also was my doing, and my father's woe, and the desolation of that late so smiling home, all was the work of my thrice accursed hands. Ye weep, unhappy ones, but these are not your last tears. Again shall you raise the funeral wail, and the sound of your lamentations shall again and again be heard. Frankenstein, your son, your kinsman, your early much-loved friend, he who would spend each vital drop of blood for your sakes, who has no thought nor sense of joy except as it is mirrored also in your dear countenances, who would fill the air with blessings and spend his life in serving you, he bids you weep, to shed countless tears, happy beyond his hopes, if thus inexorable fate be satisfied, and if the destruction pause before the peace of the grave have succeeded to your sad torments. Thus spoke my prophetic soul, as torn by remorse, horror, and despair, I beheld those I loved spend vain sorrow upon the graves of William and Justine, the first hapless victims to my unhallowed arts. Can we get some claps for Justine? It was good having you, Justine. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you very much. I hope that you can go home and have a nice cup of tea. Okay, bye. Ugh! My ears! Okay. Chapter 9. Nothing is more painful to the human mind than, after the feelings have been worked up by a quick succession of events, the dead calmness of inaction and certainty which follows and deprives the soul both of hope and fear. Justine died. She rested, and I was alive. The blood flowed freely in my veins, but a weight of despair and remorse pressed on my heart, which nothing could remove. Sleep fled from my eyes. I wandered like an evil spirit, for I had committed deeds of mischief beyond description, horrible and much, much more. I persuaded myself was yet behind. Yet my heart overflowed with kindness and the love of virtue. I had begun life with benevolent intentions and thirsted for the moment when I should put them in practice, make myself useful to my fellow beings. Now all was blasted, instead of that serenity of conscience which allowed me to look back upon the past with self-satisfaction, and from thence to gather promise of new hopes. I was seized by remorse and the sense of guilt, which hurried me away to a hell of intense tortures such as no language can describe. This state of mind preyed upon my health, which had perhaps never entirely recovered from the first shock it sustained. I shunned the face of man. All sound of joy or complacency was torture to me. Solitude was my only consolation. Deep, dark, death-like solitude. My father observed with pain the alteration perceptible in my disposition and habits, and endeavored, by arguments deduced from the feelings of his serene conscience and guiltless life, to inspire me with fortitude and awaken in me the courage to dispel the dark cloud which brooded over me.
Do you think, Victor,
said he,
that I do not suffer also? No one could love a child more than I loved your brother.
Tears came to his eyes as he spoke.
But it is not a duty to the survivors that we should refrain from augmenting their unhappiness by an appearance of immoderate grief. It is also a duty owed to yourself, for excessive sorrow prevents improvement or enjoyment, or even the discharge of daily usefulness, without which no man is fit for society.
This advice, although good, was totally inapplicable to my case. Shut up, Dad. You don't get it. You don't know what I'm upset about. Not really. You don't get it. Okay. I should have been the first to hide my grief, console my friends if remorse had not mingled its bitterness and terror, its alarm with my other sensations. Now I could only answer my father with a look of despair and endeavor to hide myself from his view. About this time we About this time we retired to our house at Bellerive. This change was particularly agreeable to me, the shutting of the gates regularly at 10 o'clock, and the impossibility of remaining on the lake after that hour had rendered our residence within the walls of Geneva very irksome to me. I was now free often after the rest of the family had retired for the night. I took the boat and passed many hours upon the water, sometimes with my sails set. I was carried by the wind. Sometimes, after rowing into the middle of the lake, I left the boat to pursue its own course and gave way to my own miserable reflections. I was often tempted, when all was at peace around me, and I the only unquiet thing that wandered restless in a scene so beautiful and heavenly, if I except some bats or frogs whose harsh interrupted croaking was heard only when I approached the shore, often, I say, I was tempted to plunge into the lake, that the waters might close over me and my calamities forever. But I was restrained when I thought of the heroic and suffering Elizabeth, whom I tenderly loved, whose existence was bound up in mine. I thought also of my father and my surviving brother. Should I, by my base desertion, leave them exposed and unprotected to the malice of the fiend whom I had let loose among them? At these moments I wept bitterly and wished them peace would revisit my mind, only that I might afford them consolation and happiness. But that could not be. Remorse extinguished every hope. I had been the author of unalterable evils, and I lived in daily fear lest the monster whom I had created should perpetrate some new wickedness. I had an obscure feeling that all was not over, and that he would still commit some signal crime which by its enormity should almost efface the recollection of the past. There was always scope for fear so long as anything I loved remained behind. My abhorrence of this fiend cannot be conceived. When I thought of him, I gnashed my teeth, my eyes became inflamed, and I ardently wished to extinguish that life which I had so thoughtlessly bestowed. When I reflected on his crimes and malice, my hatred and revenge burst all bounds of moderation. I would have made a pilgrimage to the highest peak of the Andes, could I, when there, have precipitated him to their base. I wished to see him again, that I might wreak the utmost extent of abhorrence on his head and avenge the deaths of William and Justine. Our house was the house of mourning. My father's health was deeply shaken by the horror of the recent events. Elizabeth was sad and desponding. She no longer took delight in her ordinary occupation. All pleasure seemed to her sacrilege toward the dead. Eternal woe and tears she then thought was just tribute she should pay to innocence so blasted and destroyed. She was no longer that happy creature who in earlier youth wandered with me on the banks of the lake and talked with ecstasy of future prospects. The first of these sorrows which are sent to wean us from the earth had visited her, and its dimming influence quenched her dearest smiles.
"When I reflect, my dear cousin," said she, "on the miserable death of Justine Moritz, I no longer see the world and its works as they before appeared to me. Before I looked upon the accounts of vice and injustice that I read in books or heard from others as tales of ancient days or imaginary evils. At least they were remote and more familiar to reason than to the imagination. But now misery has come home, and men appear to me as monsters, thirsting for each other's blood. Yet I am certainly unjust. Everybody believed that poor girl to be guilty. If she could have committed the crime for which she suffered, assuredly, she would have been the most depraved of human creatures. For the sake of a few jewels, to have murdered the son of her benefactor and friend, a child whom she had nursed from its birth, and appeared to love as if it had been her own, could not consent to the death of any human being, but certainly I should have thought such a creature unfit to remain in the society of men. But she was innocent. I feel she was innocent, and you are of the same opinion, and that confirms me. Alas, Victor, when falsehood can look so like the truth, who can assure themselves of certain happiness? I feel as if I were walking on the edge of a precipice, toward which thousands are crowding and endeavoring to plunge me into the abyss. William and Justine were assassinated, and the murderer escapes. He walks about the world free, perhaps respected.
But even if I were condemned to suffer on the scaffold for the same crimes, I would not change places with such a wretch. I listened to this discourse with the extremest agony. I, not indeed, but in effect, was the true murderer. Elizabeth read my anguish in my countenance and kindly taking my hand said, "My dearest friend, you must calm yourself. These events have affected me, God knows how deeply, but I am not so wretched as you are. There is an expression of despair, sometimes revenge, in your countenance that makes me tremble. Oh, dear Victor, banish these dark passions. Remember the friends around you who center all their hopes in you. Have we lost the power of rendering you happy? While we love, while we're true to each other here in this land of peace and beauty, your native country, we may reap every tranquil blessing. What can disturb our peace aside from a monster maybe killing your little brother? But like, what else? Give me an exact thing that could disturb our peace, please." Man, this story's depressing. Yeah, man. He always thinks the same shit's funny. Ba 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 You know, just working out the old vocal cords. I'm glad Liz could still find joy in singing. Yeah, she said all that. She said all that. And after saying, what could possibly disturb our peace, she jumped up, threw her arms wide, and went, "Ba! Ba 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 ba! Ba 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 ba!" And Victor was like, "The voice of an angel. I love her so much. I'm so glad that she belongs to me." Question mark. Yeah, there's a whole section. Look, it's right there. See, there's a whole section there. It's right here. Don't look too close. It's right there. It says, pause for music. Now backwards. You guys have the power. You guys have the power. And could not such words from her whom I fondly prized before, every other gift of fortune, suffice to chase away the fiend that lurked in my heart? Even as she spoke, I drew near to her, as if in terror, lest at that very moment the destroyer had been near to rob me of her. Thus, oh no. Wrong one! Thus, not the tenderness of friendship, nor the beauty of earth, nor of heaven could redeem my soul from woe. The very accents of love were ineffectual. I was encompassed by a cloud which no beneficial influence could penetrate. The wounded deer dragging its fainting limbs to some untrodden brake. There to gaze upon the arrow which had pierced it, and to die was but a type of me. Sometimes I could cope with the sullen despair that overwhelmed me, but sometimes the whirlwind passions of my soul drove me to seek, by bodily exercise and change of place, some relief from my intolerable sensations. Most of the time, I could deal with the sullen despair that overwhelms me. Waiting for people in chat to be like, tag yourself. It was during an access of this kind that I suddenly left my home and bending my steps toward the near alpine valleys, sought in the magnificence, the eternity of such scenes to forget myself and my ephemeral because human sorrows. My wanderings were directed toward the valley of Chamonix. I had visited it frequently during my boyhood. 6 years had passed since then. I was a wreck, but naught had changed in those savage and enduring scenes. I performed the part of my journey on horseback. I afterwards hired a mule as the more sure-footed and least liable to receive injury on these rugged roads. The weather was fine. It was about the middle of the month of August, nearly 2 months after the death of Justine, that miserable epoch from which I dated all my woe. The weight upon my spirit was sensibly lightened. You know, it scares the shit out of me every time, but a nice, I guess, like extra element of that is it tells me it's probably been about an hour since that was last played. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hired a mule, and then Justine died 2 months ago. The weight upon my spirit was sensibly lightened as I plunged it deeper into the ravine of Arve, the immense mountains and precipices that overhang me on every side, the sound of the river raging among the rocks, the dashing of the waterfalls around spoke of a power mighty as omnipotence, and I ceased to fear or to bend before any being less almighty than that which had created and ruled the elements. Here, displayed in their most terrific guise. Still, as I ascended higher, the valley assumed a more magnificent and astonishing character. Ruined castles hanging on the precipices of piney mountains. The impetuous Arve and cottages, every here and there peeping forth from among the trees, formed a scene of singular beauty, but it was augmented and rendered sublime by the mighty Alps, whose white and shining pyramids and domes towered above all, as belonging to another earth, the habitations of another race of beings. I passed the bridge of Pélissier, where the ravine which the river forms opened before me, and I began to ascend the mountain that overhangs it. Soon after, I entered the valley of Chamonix. This valley is more wonderful and sublime, but not so beautiful and picturesque as that of Cerveau, through which I had just passed. The high and snowy mountains were its immediate boundaries, but I saw no more ruined castles and fertile fields. Immense glaciers approached the road. I heard the rumbling thunder of the falling avalanche and marked the smoke of its passage. Mont Blanc, the supreme and magnificent Mont Blanc, raised itself from the surrounding aiguilles, and its tremendous dome overlooked the valley. A tingling, long-lost sense of pleasure overcame me during this journey. Oh, some turn in the road, some new object suddenly perceived and recognized, reminded me of days gone by and were associated with the light-hearted gaiety of boyhood. The very winds whispered in soothing accents, and maternal nature bade me weep no more. Then again, the kindly influence ceased to act. I found myself fettered again to grief and indulging in all the misery of reflection. Then I spurred on my animal, striving so to forget the world, my fears, and more than all, myself. Or in a more desperate fashion, I alighted and threw myself on the grass, weighed down by horror and despair. At length I arrived at the village of Chamonix. Exhaustion succeeded to the extreme fatigue both of body and of mind which I had endured. For a short space of time I remained at the window, watching the pallid lightnings that played above Mont Blanc and listening to the rushing of the Arve which pursued its noisy way beneath. The same lulling sounds acted as a lullaby to my too keen sensations. When I placed my head upon my pillow, sleep crept over me. I felt it as it came and blessed the giver of oblivion. Chapter 10! Water break. Actually, let me see. When are we going to get interrupted by ads? Not for a while. A tiny breaky. A tiny breaky. You can shoot some ghosts while I have a drink of water. We're nearly at the halfway mark, guys. 2,200. We're nearly there. Look at us. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. I love the scary shroom model. Thank you. Me too. We are reading Frankenstein. We are a couple more chapters here and we'll be halfway through. Actually, I guess including the letters at the start. Yeah, for safety, let's say 2 more chapters and we'll be halfway.
Restart the letter.
You're shitting me. I should have started the next one. I should have started reading the next one a little bit and then taken a break. Got him. We're Frankensteining. Woo! We're Frankensteining. Back to chapter 9. No, it's fine. It's fine. I gave you these tools for a reason. Slurp up my pain. It's for a good cause. We're teaching babies to read. Or something. It's fine, copium. Shoot that ghost, man! Solve that math problem! Hey, Zig! Points at Zigzag in chat. That's who made our ghosts. Oh my gosh. Is that the real Emma? 3 Emmas in a row. Thank you so much, everybody. We're almost halfway to our goal. Our goal is 5K. Yeah, well, normally it's Sam. Normally Sam's there. See? He's so beautiful. But I figured, maybe beauty wasn't what we were going for today, you know? Corporate wants you to find the difference between the photos. Oh no.
Restart the letter.
Hold on. Wait a sec. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Start the next letter.
What do you mean? Okay, wait, hold on. This is chaos. Wait, okay, hi. So, we were on chapter 10. We gotta restart the letter, but we hadn't started it yet. And then we got another restart. Like, go back to chapter 8. But then we gotta do the next chapter, which is back to chapter 9. Restarting and going back a chapter can't be the same thing. Yeah, but then that would mean that one person, I mean, it's not donating for nothing, obviously, but one person intended to donate for a specific thing. I think if I hadn't, here's my hot take. I was technically on chapter 10 when the first restart a letter happened. If we're saying that when you're at the start of the letter, a restart the letter doesn't do anything, then I should have still been on chapter 10. Which I don't think is true. I think if I haven't started reading it yet, restart the letter sends me back a chapter. And then it got skipped. No, because we had 2 restarted chapters, and then we had a skip. So we're starting from here. Restart the chapter. And then we got another one. Restart the chapter, right? So this is why I'm saying I think that would mean we go to chapter 8. And then we got a start the next chapter. So we're just back to 9. It's neutral. Nothing happened. Yeah. Do subs contribute to the room to read goal? They do not. Just read it 3 times.
No, thank you.
All right. Chapter 9 again. Nothing is more painful to the human mind than, after the feelings have been worked up by a quick succession of events, the dead calmness of inaction and certainty, which follows and deprives the soul both of hope and fear. Justine died, she rested, and I was alive. The blood flowed freely in my veins, but a weight of despair and remorse pressed on my heart which nothing could remove. Sleep fled from my eyes. I wandered like an evil spirit. For I had committed deeds of mischief beyond description, horrible and much more, I persuaded myself, was yet behind. Yet my heart overflowed with kindness and the love of virtue. I had begun life with benevolent intentions and thirsted for the moment when I should put them in practice, make myself useful to my fellow beings. Now all was blasted instead of that serenity of conscience which allowed me to look back upon the past with self-satisfaction, and from thence to gather promise of new hopes. I was seized by remorse and the sense of guilt, which hurried me away to a hell of intense tortures such as no language can describe. This state of mind preyed upon my health, which had perhaps never entirely recovered from the first shock it sustained. I shunned the face of man. All sound of joy or complacency was torture to me. Solitude was my only consolation, deep, dark, death-like solitude. My father observed with pain the alteration perceptible in my disposition and habits, and endeavored by arguments deduced from the feelings of his serene conscience and guiltless life to inspire me with fortitude and awaken in me the courage to dispel the dark cloud which brooded over me.
Do you think, Victor,
Said he.
that I do not suffer also? No one could love a child more than I loved your brother.
Tears came to his eyes as he spoke.
But it is not a duty to the survivors that we refrain from augmenting their unhappiness by an appearance of immoderate grief. It is also a duty owed to yourself, for excessive sorrow prevents improvement to enjoyment, or even the discharge of daily usefulness, without which no man is fit for society.
This advice, although good, was totally inapplicable to my case. I should have been the first to hide my grief and console my friends if remorse had not mingled its bitterness and terror, its alarm with my other sensations. Now I could only answer my father with a look of despair and endeavor to hide myself from his view. About this time, we retired to our house at Bellerive. The change was particularly agreeable to me. The shutting of the gates regularly at 10 o'clock and the impossibility of remaining on the lake after that hour had rendered our residence within the walls of Geneva very irksome to me. I was free! Often after the rest of the family had retired for the night, I took the boat and passed many hours on the water. Sometimes with my sails set, I was carried by the wind and gave way to my own miserable reflections. I was often tempted when all was at peace around me, and I the only unquiet thing that wandered restless in a scene so beautiful and heavenly, if I except some bat or the frogs whose harsh and interrupted croaking was heard only when I approached the shore. Often, I say, I was tempted to plunge into the silent lake that the waters might close over me and my calamities forever. But I was restrained when I thought of the heroic and suffering Elizabeth, whom I tenderly loved, whose existence was bound up in mine. I thought also of my father and surviving brother. Should I, by my base desertion, leave them exposed and unprotected to the malice of the fiend whom I had let loose among them? At these moments I wept bitterly and wished that peace would revisit my mind, only that I might afford them consolation and happiness. But that could not be. Remorse extinguished every hope. I had been the author of unalterable evils, and I lived in daily fear lest the monster whom I had created should perpetrate some new wickedness. I had an obscure feeling that all was not over, and that he would still commit some signal crime, which by its enormity should almost efface the recollection of the past. There was always scope for fear so long as anything I loved remained behind. My abhorrence of this fiend cannot be conceived. When I thought of him, I gnashed my teeth, my eyes became inflamed, and I ardently wished to extinguish that life which I had so thoughtlessly bestowed. When I reflected on his crimes and malice, my hatred and revenge burst all bounds of moderation. I would have made a pilgrimage to the highest peak of the Andes, and I, when there, have precipitated him to their base. I wish to see him again, that I might wreak the utmost existence of abhorrence on his head and avenge the death of William and Justine. Our house was the house of mourning. My father's health was deeply shaken by the horror of recent events. Elizabeth was sad and desponding. She no longer took delight in her ordinary occupations. All pleasure seemed to her sacrilege toward the dead. Eternal woe and tears, she then thought, was the just tribute she should pay to innocence so blasted and destroyed. She was no longer that happy creature who in earlier youth wandered with me on the banks of the lake and talked with ecstasy of our future prospects. The first of those sorrows which are sent to wean us from the earth had visited her, and its dimming influence quenched her dearest smiles.
When I reflect, my dear cousin, said she, on the miserable death of Justine Moritz, I no longer see the world and its works as they before appeared to me. Before, I looked upon the accounts of vice and injustice that I read in books or heard from others as tales of ancient days or imaginary evils. At least they were remote and more familiar to reason than to the imagination. But now misery has come home, and men appear to me as monsters, thirsting for each other's blood. Yet I am certainly unjust. Everybody believed that poor girl to be guilty, and if she could have committed the crime for which she suffered, Assuredly, she would have been the most depraved of human creatures. For the sake of a few jewels, to have murdered the son of her benefactor and friend, a child whom she had nursed from its birth, and appeared to love as if it had been your own, I could not consent to the death of any human being. But certainly, I should have thought such a creature unfit to remain in the society of men. But she was innocent. I know, I feel she was innocent. You are of the same opinion, and that confirms me. Alas, Victor, when falsehood can look so like truth, who can assure themselves of certain happiness? I feel as if we're walking on the edge of a precipice toward which thousands are crowding and endeavoring to plunge me into the abyss. William and Justine were assassinated, and the murderer escapes. He walks about the world free, perhaps respected. But even if I were condemned to suffer on the scaffold for the same crimes, I would not change places with such a wretch.
I listened to this discourse with the extremest agony. I, not indeed, but in effect, was the true murderer. Elizabeth read my anguish in my countenance, and kindly taking my hand, said,
My dearest friend, you must calm yourself. These events have affected me, God knows how deeply, but I'm not so wretched as you are. There's an expression of despair, sometimes revenge in your countenance that makes me tremble. Dear Victor, banish these dark passions. Remember the friends around you who center their hopes in you. Have we lost the power of rendering you happy? While we love, while we are true to each other here in this land of peace and beauty, your native country, we may reap every tranquil blessing. What can disturb our peace?
And could not such words from her, whom I fondly prized before every other gift of fortune, suffice to chase away the fiends that lurk in my heart? Even as she spoke, I drew... Those pumpkins keep tripping me out. But also, thank you, everybody. Even if she spoke, it drew near to her, as if in terror, lest at that very moment the destroyer had been near to rob me of her. Thus not the tenderness of friendship, nor the beauty of earth, nor of heaven, could redeem my soul from woe. The very accents of love were ineffectual. I was encompassed by a cloud which no beneficial influence could penetrate. The wounded deer dragging its fainting limbs to some untrodden brake, there to gaze upon the arrow which had pierced it, and to die, was but a type of me. Sometimes I could cope with the sullen despair that overwhelms me, but sometimes the whirlwind passions of my soul.
Character voice.
Okay. Next main character who talks. New voice. It was during an access of this kind that I suddenly left my home and, bending my steps towards the near alpine valleys, sought in the magnificence, the eternity of such scenes, to forget myself and my ephemeral, because human sorrows. My wanderings were directed toward the valley of Chamonix. I had visited it frequently during my boyhood. 6 years had passed since then. I was a wreck, but naught had changed in those savage and enduring scenes. I performed the first part of my journey on horseback. I afterwards hired a mule, as the more sure-footed and least liable to receive injury on these rugged roads. The weather was fine. It was about the middle of the month of August, nearly 2 months after the death of Justine, that miserable epoch from which I dated all my woe. The weight upon my spirit was sensibly lightened as I plunged yet deeper in the ravine of Arve, the immense mountains and precipices that overhung me on each side, the sound of the river raging among the rocks, the dashing of the waterfalls around spoke of a mighty power as omnipotence, and I ceased to fear or to bend before any being less almighty than that which had created and ruled the elements, here displayed in their most terrific guise. Still, as I ascended higher, the valley assumed a more magnificent and astonishing character. Ruined castles hanging on the precipices of piney mountains, the impetuous Arve, the cottages every here and there, peeping forth from among the trees, formed a scene of singular beauty. It was augmented and rendered sublime by the mighty Alps, whose white, shining pyramids and domes towered above all, as belonging to another earth, the habitations of another race of beings. I passed the bridge of Pélissier, where the ravine which the river forms opened before me, and I began to ascend the mountain that overhangs it. Soon after, I entered the valley of Chamonix. This valley is more wonderful and sublime, but not so beautiful and picturesque as that of Cerveau, through which I had just passed. The high and snowy mountains were immediate boundaries, but I saw no more ruined castles and fertile fields, immense glaciers approaching the road. I heard the rumbling thunder of the falling avalanche and marked the smoke of its passage. Mont Blanc. Wind! Mont Blanc, the supreme and magnificent Mont Blanc, raised itself from the surrounding aiguille and its tremendous dome overlooking the valley. A tingling, long-lost sense of pleasure. Oh my God. I breathed wrong. A tingling, long-lost sense of pleasure often came across me during this journey. Some turn in the road, some new object suddenly perceived and recognized reminded me of days gone by and were associated with the light-hearted gaiety of boyhood. The very winds whispered in soothing accents, and maternal nature made me weep no more. Then again, the kindly influence ceased to act. I found myself fettered again to grief and indulging in all the misery of reflection. I spurred on my animal, driving so to forget the world, my fears, and more than all myself, or in a more desperate fashion. I alighted and threw myself on the grass, weighed down by horror and despair. At length, I arrived at the village of Chamonix. Exhaustion succeeded to the extreme fatigue, both of body and of mind, which I had endured. For a short space of time, I remained at the window, watching the pallid lightnings that played above Mont Blanc, and listening to the rushing of the Arve which pursued its noisy way beneath. The same lulling sounds acted as a lullaby to my too keen sensations, which, when I placed my head upon my pillow, sleep crept over me. I felt as if it came and blessed the giver of oblivion. Chapter 10, for the first time. Okay. I spent the following day roaming through the valley. I stood beside the sources of the Arveyron, which take their rise in a glacier that with slow pace is advancing down from the summit of the hills to barricade the valley. The abrupt sides of vast mountains were before me. The icy wall of the glacier overhung me. A few shattered pines were scattered around, and the solemn silence of this glorious presence chamber of imperial nature was broken only by the brawling waves or the fall of some vast fragment, the thunder sound of the avalanche, or the cracking reverberated. Oh, God damn it. That one hasn't gotten me in a while. Okay. They elevated me from all littleness of feeling, and although they did not remove my grief, they subdued and tranquilized it. In some degree also they diverted my mind from thoughts over which I had brooded for the last month. I retired to rest at night, my slumbers, as it were, waited on and ministered to by the assemblance of grand shapes, which I had contemplated during the day. They congregated around me, the unsustained snowy mountaintop, the glittering pinnacle, the pine woods, the ragged bare ravine, the eagle soaring amidst the clouds. They gathered around me and bade me to be at peace. Where had they fled when the next morning I woke? All of soul inspiriting fled with sleep, and dark melancholy clouded every thought. The rain was pouring in torrents. Thick mist hid the summits of the mountains, so that I even saw not the faces of those mighty friends. Still, I would penetrate their misty veil and seek them in their cloudy retreats. What were rain and storm to me? My mule was brought to the door, and I resolved to ascend to the summit of Montenvert. I remembered the effect that the view of the tremendous and ever-moving glacier had produced upon my mind when I first saw it. It filled me with a sublime ecstasy that gave wings to the soul and allowed it to soar from the obscure world to light and joy. The sight of the awful majestic in nature had indeed always the effect of solemnizing my mind and causing me to forget the passing cares of life. I determined to go without a guide, for I was well acquainted with the path, and the presence of another would destroy the solitary grandeur of the scene. Okay, I'm gonna highlight this part. I have to go to the bathroom really bad. I'm also gonna make myself a tea because my throat is getting angry with me. Enjoy. Shoot some ghosts. Go pee, grab a drink. We're gonna run some ads, and I will be right back. Okay, here's what's funny, all right? So, I went to make myself a tea and pee and stuff, right? And right as I got in the house, Clark was sobbing. And Sam was like, she's just been sobbing for you. Do you think that you could just give her like a little cuddle? I need to finish something in my office really quick and then I'll trade with you. And I was like, yeah, sounds great. And I don't know if I misunderstood or because next thing I knew, Sam was waking me up and was like, buddy, you fell asleep. I was like, yeah, but you were supposed to save me. Oh, it's only 1:30. Why was it gone that long? Ugh. 84 years have passed. No, wait. Can we get a leaderboard check? Oh, for the ghosts? Store Scarve and Lily Lover. Ignore test user. Didn't daylight savings hit in the middle of the break? Oh no. Oh no, probably. Well. Being a child missing your parents is one of my worst memories. No! I got up there. Gave her a big cuddle and she was like, I don't like when daddy does bedtime. He sat on my foot. I was like, oh, I doubt he did it on purpose. She was like, it hurts. He sat on my foot. So it's actually before your break, like it never happened. Taps chin. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are on chapter 10. I would love even, to reach the end of chapter 12 before we wrap up for today. I will tell you, I'll be totally honest. My throat already hurts. Maybe already is the wrong word to use. We've been reading for a while, but and we are halfway to the goal, 2,500. Beep, 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 beep. I didn't miss anything, right? Like, sorry. Ugh. Any like specific number ones? Because Ba'o-Wa'o, I think, was the character change. So as a reminder, next time that a main character speaks, their voice is changing from what it currently is. Really want to take a little sippy of this tea. Yeah, Sam made me a tea. You want us to cool down with the voice changes? No. I don't think that I'm not doing any voices that hurt my throat currently. This is just the continuous reading. It is what was always going to happen. Farewell, normal Elizabeth voice, I assume. That's true. Elizabeth still has a normal voice. And that's it, kind of. because his voice got changed. Hers is the same. His has changed. His has changed. And she's dead. I like that they all have under eye bags. Like, yes, we're all sad, sleepy people in a sad, sleepy world. I don't, I think there's a huge difference between like, doing your normal amount of talking over, you know, 8 to 12 or more hours versus continuous reading. It's okay. I knew this was going to happen. I just had no gauge on how quickly it would happen. This is my first encounter with the book. I don't know what I expected. Sad and sleepy is accurate enough. Oh, yeah. It's a deeply depressing book. Okay. We continue chapter 10. Boop. The ascent is precipitous, but the path is Wait a second, 1 second. Hey gang. Did you know that this is a charity stream for Room to Read? If you're interested in learning more about Room to Read, what they're all about, what they do, if you've heard us goof about teaching babies to read, hey, you should go to our page on Tiltify. You can find out lots of information about Room to Read. You can see their videos, etc. Currently, we're raising $5,000 for them. That's our goal. We're at the halfway point, which is awesome. The two major ways to interact with the stream are donating specific amounts. Underneath the stream right now, there's a little list of specific amounts and what they do. But if you don't want to be donating to do those things, you've also got lots of ambient noises that you can do with channel points. So, now they're all caught up. Like that. Now they're all caught up. Thank you all so much for being here. Shut up. Hey, not you. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm so sorry that I vanished for 20 minutes or more. I don't know. It was an accidente. It was an accidente. I did not mean to. Ah. Ah, tea. The ascent is precipitous, but the path is cut into continual and short windings, which enable you to surmount the perpendicularity of the mountain. It is a scene terrifically desolate. In 1,000 spots the traces of the winter avalanche may be perceived, where trees lie broken and strewn on the ground, some entirely destroyed, others bent, leaning upon the jutting rocks of the mountain or transversely upon other trees. The path, as you ascend higher, is intersected by ravines of snow, down which stones continuously roll from above. One of them is particularly dangerous, as the slightest sound, such as even speaking in a loud voice, produces a concussion of air sufficient to draw destruction upon the head of the speaker. The pines are not tall or luxuriant, but they are somber and add an air of severity to the scene. I looked on the valley beneath. Vast mists were rising from the rivers which ran through it and curling in thick wreaths around the opposite mountains, whose summits were hid in the uniform clouds while rain poured from the dark sky and added to the melancholy impression I received from the objects around me. Alas! Why does man boast of sensibilities superior to those apparent in the brute? It only renders them more necessary wind! If our impulses were confined to hunger, thirst, and desire, we might be nearly free, but now we are moved by every wind that blows and a chance word or scene that word may convey to us. We rest, a dream has power to poison sleep. We rise, one wandering thought pollutes the day. We feel, conceive, or reason, laugh or weep, embrace fond woe, or cast our cares away. It is the same, for be it joy or sorrow, the path of its departure still is free. Man's yesterday may ne'er be like his morrow. Naught may endure but mutability. It was nearly noon when I arrived at the top of the ascent. For some time I sat upon the rock that overlooks the sea of ice. A mist covered both that and the surrounding mountains. Presently a breeze dissipated the cloud, and I descended upon the glacier. The surface is very uneven, rising like the waves of a troubled sea. Descending low, and interspersed by rifts that sink deep. Field of ice is almost a league in width, but I spent nearly 2 hours in crossing it. The opposite mountain is a bare perpendicular rock. From the side where I now stood, Montenvert was exactly opposite at the distance of a league, and above it rose Mount Blanc in awful majesty. I remained in a recess of the rock, gazing on this wonderful, stupendous scene. The sea, or rather the vast river of ice, wound among its dependent mountains, whose aerial summits hung over its recesses. That icy and glittering peaks shone in the sunlight over the clouds. My heart, which was before more sorrowful, now swelled with something like joy. I exclaimed, "Wandering spirits, if indeed ye wander, and do not rest in your narrow beds, allow me this faint happiness, or take me as your companion away from the joys of life." As I said this, I suddenly beheld the figure of a man at some distance, advancing toward me with superhuman speed. He bounded over the crevices in the ice, among which I had walked with caution. His stature also as he approached seemed to exceed that of man. I was troubled. A mist came over my eyes, and I felt a faintness seize me. But I was quickly restored by the cold gale of the mountains. I perceived, as the shape came nearer, sight tremendous and abhorred, that it was the wretch whom I had created. I trembled with rage and horror, resolving to wait his approach and then close with him in mortal combat. He approached, his countenance bespoke bitter anguish combined with disdain and malignity, while its unearthly ugliness rendered it almost too horrible for human eyes. I scarcely observed this. Rage and hatred had at first deprived me of utterance, and I recovered only to overwhelm him with words expressive of furious detestation and contempt. "Devil!" I exclaimed. "Do you dare approach me? Do not fear the fierce vengeance of my arm wreaked on your miserable head. Begone, vile insect, or rather stay that I may trample you to dust. And oh, that I could, with the extinction of your miserable existence, restore those victims whom you have so diabolically murdered." And now, everybody, say hello to Frankenstein's monster. Yay, claps. You've seen all of the characters now. Another big round of applause to Shoes for all of our little guys today. Did a great job. "I expected this reception," said the devil. Said the demon. All men hate the wretched. How then must I be hated, who am miserable beyond all living things? Yet you, my creator, detest and spurn me. Thy purpose to kill me. How dare you sport thus with life?
Do your duty toward me, and I will do mine towards you and the rest of mankind. If you will comply with my conditions, I will leave them and you at peace. If you refuse, I will glut the maw of death until it be satiated with the blood of your remaining friends.
His voice is too normal. I can't do anything about that. That's out of my hands now.
Abhorred monster! Fiend that thou art, the tortures of hell are too mild a vengeance for thy crimes, wretched devil. You approach me with your creations. Come on, then, that I may extinguish the spark which I so negligently bestowed.
My rage was without bounds. I sprang on him, impelled by all the feelings which can arm one being against the existence of another. He easily eluded me and said,
Be calm. I entreat you to hear me before you give vent to your hatred on my devoted head. Have I not suffered enough that you seek to increase my misery? Life, although it may only be an accumulation of anguish, is dear to me, and I will defend it. Remember, thou hast made more powerful than thyself. My height is superior to thine, my joints more supple. I will not be tempted to set myself in opposition to thee. I am thy creature, and I will be even mild and docile to my natural lord and king, if thou wilt also perform thy part, the which thou owest me. O Frankenstein, be not equitable to every other and trample upon me alone, to whom thy justice and even the clemency and affection is most due. Remember that I am thy creature. I ought to be thy Adam, but I am rather the fallen angel, whom thou derivest from joy for no misdeed. Everywhere I see bliss from which I alone am irrevocably excluded. I was benevolent and good. Misery made me a fiend. Make me happy, and I shall again be virtuous.
Begone! I will not hear you. There could be no community between you and me. We are enemies. Begone, or let us try our strength in a fight, in which one must fall.
How can I move thee? Will no entreaties cause thee to turn a favorable eye upon thy creature, who implores thy goodness and compassion? Believe me, Frankenstein, I was benevolent. My soul glowed with love and humanity. But am I not alone, miserably alone? You, my creator, abhor me. What hope can I gather from your fellow creatures who owe me nothing? They spurn me and hate me. The desert mountains and dreary glaciers are my refuge. I've wandered here many days. The caves of ice which I do not fear are a dwelling to me, and the only one which man does not grudge. These bleak skies I hail, for they are kinder to me than your fellow beings. If the multitudes of mankind knew of my existence, they would do as you do and arm themselves for my destruction. Shall I not then hate them who abhor me? I will keep no terms with my enemies. I am miserable, and they shall share my wretchedness. Yet it is in your power to recompense me and deliver them from an evil which it only remains for you to make so great, that not only you and your family, but thousands of others shall be swallowed up in the whirlwinds of its rage. Let your compassion be moved. Do not disdain me. Listen to my tale. When you have heard that, abandon or commiserate me as you shall judge that I deserve. But hear me. The guilty are allowed by human laws, bloody as they are, to speak in their own defense before they are condemned. Listen to me, Frankenstein. You accuse me of praise, and yet you would, with a satisfied conscience, destroy your own creature. Praise the eternal justice of man. Yet I ask you not to spare me. Listen to me, and then, if you can, and if you will, destroy the work of your hands.
Why do you call it to my remembrance? I rejoined, circumstances of which I shudder to reflect, that I have been the miserable origin and author. Cursed be the day, abhorred devil, in which you first saw light. Cursed, although I curse myself, be the hands that formed you. You have made me wretched beyond compression, beyond expression. You've left me no power to consider whether I am just to you or not. Begone! Relieve me from the sight of your detested form.
Thus I relieve thee, my
creator. I was like, my creature? Who did he create?
Thus I relieve thee, my creator.
He said, and placed his hated hands before my eyes, which I flung from me with violence.
Thus I take from thee a sight which you abhor. Still thou canst listen to me and grant me thy compassion. By the virtues that I once possessed, I demand this from you. Hear my tale. It is long and...
Here he is! Huge dono!
Huge dono!
Beep, 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 beep. Huge dono! An anonymous donor donated 100. Thank you so much. Huge dono. Oh, do you think once I get some sleep, I won't find that as funny anymore? Because I still find that very funny. I hope this pleases the monster. Huge dono! Oh, is there a huge man emote on BTTV? Because that would be amazing. Da, 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 da. Huge man. Da, 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 da. I don't see anything. I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised there's no huge man emote. Really? It is a character from Observation Duty, yeah. A character. It counts as a character, yeah. Okay, sorry.
Thus I take from thee a sight which you abhor. Still thou canst listen to me and grant me thy compassion. By the virtues that I once possessed, I demand this from you. Hear my tale. It is long and strange, and the temperature of this place is not fitting to your fine sensations. Come to the hut upon the mountain. The sun is yet high in the heavens, before it descends to hide itself behind your snowy precipices and illuminate another world. You will have heard my story and can decide. On you it rests whether I quit forever the neighborhood of man and lead a harmless life, or become the scourge of your fellow creatures and the author of your own speedy ruin.
As he said this, he led the way across the ice. I followed. My heart was full. I did not answer him, but as I proceeded, I weighed the various arguments he had used and determined at least to listen to his tale. I was partly urged by curiosity, and compassion confirmed my resolution. I had hitherto supposed him to be the murderer of my brother, and I eagerly sought a confirmation of denial of this opinion. For the first time also, I felt what the duties of a creator toward his creature were, that I ought to render him happy before I complained of his wickedness. These motives urged me to comply with his demand. We crossed the ice, therefore, and ascended the opposite rock. The air was cold. The rain again began to descend. We entered the hut, the fiend with an air of exultation, I with a heavy heart and depressed spirits. But I consented to listen, and seating myself by the fire, which my odious companion had lighted, he thus began his tale.
It is with considerable difficulty that I remember the original era of my being. All the events of that period appear confused and indistinct. A strange multiplicity of sensations seized me. I saw, felt, heard, and smelt at the same time, and it was indeed a long time before I learned to distinguish between the operations of my various senses. By degrees, I remember a stronger light pressed upon my nerves, so that I was obliged to shut my eyes. Darkness then came over me and troubled me, but hardly had I felt this when, by opening my eyes, as I now suppose, the light poured in upon me again. I walked and, I believe, descended, but I presently found a great alteration in my senses. Before, dark and opaque bodies had surrounded me, impervious to my touch or sight. But I now found I could wander on at liberty, with no obstacles which I could not either surmount or avoid. The light became more and more oppressive to me, the heat wearying me as I walked. I sought a place where I could receive shade. This was the forest near Ingolstadt, and here I lay by the side of a brook, resting from my fatigue until I felt tormented by hunger and thirst. This roused me from my nearly dormant state, and I ate some berries which I found hanging on the trees or lying on the ground. I slaked my thirst at the brook, and then lying down was overcome by sleep. It was dark when I awoke. I felt cold also, and half frightened, as it were, instinctively, finding myself so desolate. Before I had quitted your apartment, on a sensation of cold, I had covered myself with some clothes, but these were insufficient to secure me from the dews of night. I was a poor, helpless, miserable wretch, I knew, and could distinguish nothing, but feeling pain invade me on all sides, I sat down and wept. Soon a gentle light stole over the heavens and gave me a sensation of pleasure. I started up and beheld a radiant form rising from among the trees. The moon, I gazed with a kind of wonder. It moved slowly, but it enlightened my path, and I again went out in search of berries. I was still cold. When under one of the trees I found a huge cloak, with which I covered myself and sat down upon the ground. No distinct ideas occupied my mind. All was confused. I felt light and hunger, thirst and darkness. Innumerable sounds rang in my ears, and on all sides various scents saluted me. The only object I could distinguish was the bright moon, and I fixed my eyes on that with pleasure. Several changes of day and night passed, and the orb of night had greatly lessened. When I began to distinguish my sensations from each other, I gradually saw plainly the clear stream that supplied me with drink, and the trees that shaded me with their foliage. I was delighted when I first discovered that a pleasant sound, which often saluted my ears, proceeded from the throats of little winged animals, who had often intercepted the light from my eyes. I began also to observe with greater accuracy the forms that surrounded me, to perceive the boundaries of the radiant roof of light which canopied me. Sometimes I tried to imitate the pleasant songs of the birds, but was unable. Sometimes I wished to express my sensations in my own mode, but the uncouth and inarticulate sounds which broke from me frightened me into silence again. The moon had disappeared from the night, and again with a lessened form showed itself while I still remained in the forest. My sensations had by this time become distinct. My mind received every day additional ideas. My eyes became accustomed to the light, to perceive objects in their right forms. I distinguished the insect from the herb, by degrees one herb from another. I found that the sparrow uttered none but harsh notes, whilst those of the blackbird and thrush were sweet and enticing. Pause. Yikes. One day when I was oppressed by cold, I found a fire which had been left by some wandering beggars, and was overcome with delight at the warmth. I experienced it. In my joy, I thrust my hand into the live embers, but quickly drew it out again with a cry of pain. How strange, I thought, that the same cause should produce such opposite effects. I examined the materials of the fire. To my joy, found it to be composed of wood. I collected some branches, but they were wet and would not burn. I was pained at this, and sat still, watching the operation of the fire. The wet wood which I had placed near the heat dried, and itself became inflamed. I reflected on this, and by touching the various branches, I discovered the cause, and busied myself in collecting a great quantity of wood, that I might dry it, and have a plentiful supply to fire. When night came on, and brought sleep with it, I was in the greatest fear lest my fire should be extinguished. I covered it carefully with dry wood and leaves, and placed wet branches upon it, and then, spreading my cloak, I lay on the ground and sank into sleep. It was morning when I awoke, and my first care was to visit the fire. I uncovered it, and a gentle breeze quickly fanned it into flame. I observed this also, and contrived a fan of branches which roused the embers when they were nearly extinguished. When night came again, I found with pleasure that the fire gave light as well as heat. and that the discovery of this element was useful to me in my food, for I found some of the offals that the travelers left had been roasted and tasted much more savory than the berries I gathered from the trees. I tried, therefore, to dress my food in the same manner, placing it on the live embers. I found that the berries were spoiled by this operation, and the nuts and roots much improved.
I like that he's living, don't starve. He's like, here's what I did. I went out and remember when you abandoned me and I had to run for my life? Cool. So I went into the woods. It was pouring rain. But I discovered fire and I found berries and then I found meat, and it turned out the meat was better and helped me more if it was cooked from the fire. The like slow build of like innovation. Yeah. He's doing the survival game run.
Food, however, became scarce, and I often spent the whole day searching in vain for a few acorns to assuage the pangs of hunger. When I found this, I resolved to quit the place that I had hitherto inhabited, to seek for one where the few wants I experienced would be more easily satisfied. In this emigration, I exceedingly lamented the loss of fire, which I had obtained through accident, and knew not how to reproduce. I gave several hours to the serious consideration of this difficulty, but I was obliged to relinquish all attempt to supply it, and wrapped myself up in my cloak. I struck across the wood toward the setting sun. I passed 3 days in these rambles, and at length discovered the open country. A great fall of snow had taken place the night before, and the fields were of one uniform white. The appearance was disconsolate, and I found my feet chilled by the cold damp substance that covered the ground. It was about 7 in the morning, and I longed to obtain food and shelter. At length I perceived a small hut on a rising ground, which had doubtless been built for the convenience of some shepherd. This was a new sight to me, and I examined the structure with curiosity. Finding the door open, I entered. An old man sat in it near a fire, over which he was preparing his breakfast. He turned on hearing a noise, and perceiving me, shrieked loudly. Quitting the hut, ran across the fields with a speed of which his debilitated form hardly appeared capable. His appearance different from any I had ever seen, and his flight somewhat surprised me, but I was enchanted by the appearance of the hut. Here the snow and rain could not penetrate. The ground was dry. It presented to me then as exquisite and divine a retreat as pandemonium appeared to the demons of hell after their suffering in the lake of fire. I greedily devoured the remnants of the shepherd's breakfast, which consisted of bread, cheese, milk, and wine. The latter, however, I did not like. Then, overcome by fatigue, I lay down among straw and fell asleep. Okay. It was noon when I awoke, and allured by the warmth of the sun, which shone brightly on the white ground, I determined to recommence my travels. Depositing the remains of peasant's breakfast in a wallet I found, I proceeded across the fields for several hours, until at sunset I arrived at a village. How miraculous did this appear! The huts, the cottages, stately houses engaged my admiration by turns. The vegetables in the gardens, the milk and cheese that I saw placed in the windows of some of the cottages allured my appetite. One of the best of these I entered, but I had hardly placed my foot within the door before children shrieked, and the women fainted. The whole village was roused. Some fled, some attacked me, until grievously bruised by stones and many other kinds of missile weapons. I escaped to the open country and fearfully took refuge in a low hovel, quite bare, making a wretched appearance after the palaces I had beheld in the village. This hovel, however, joined a cottage of a neat and pleasant experience. But after my late, dearly bought experience, I dared not enter it. My place of refuge was constructed of wood, but so low that I could with difficulty sit upright in it. No wood, however, was placed on the earth, which formed the floor. It was dry, and although the wind entered it by innumerable chinks, I found it an agreeable asylum from the snow and the rain. Here, then, I retreated and lay down happy to have found a shelter, however miserable from the inclemency of the season, and still more from the barbarity of man. As soon as morning dawned, I crept from my kennel that I might view the adjacent cottage and discover if I could remain in the habitation I had found. It was situated against the back of the cottage and surrounded on the sides, which were exposed by a pigsty and a clear pool of water. One part was open, and by that I had crept in, but now I covered every crevice by which I might be perceived with stones and wood, yet in such a manner that I might move them on occasion to pass out. All the lights I enjoyed came through the sky, and that was sufficient for me. Having thus arranged my dwelling and carpeted it with clean straw, I retired, for I saw the figure of a man at a distance, and I remembered too well my treatment the night before to trust myself in his power. I had first, however, provided for my sustenance for that day by a loaf of coarse bread, which I purloined, and a cup with which I could drink more conveniently than from my hands of pure water which flowed by my retreat. The floor was raised so that it was kept perfectly dry, and by its vicinity to the chimney of the cottage it was tolerably warm. Being thus provided, I resolved to reside in this hovel until something should occur which might alter my determination. It was indeed a paradise compared to the bleak forest, my former residence, the rain-dropping branches and dank earth. I ate my breakfast with pleasure and was about to remove a plank to procure myself a little water when I heard a step, and looking through a small chink I beheld a young creature with a pail on her head passing before my hovel. The girl was young, of gentle demeanor, unlike what I have since found cottagers and farmhouse servants to be, yet she was meanly dressed, a coarse blue petticoat and a linen jacket being her only garb. Her fair hair was plaited, but not adorned. She looked patient, yet sad. I lost sight of her, and in about a quarter of an hour she returned, bearing the pail, which was now partly filled with milk. As she walked along, seemingly incommoded by the burden, a young man met her, whose countenance expressed a deeper despondence. Uttering a few sounds with an air of melancholy, he took the pail from her head and bore it to the cottage himself. She followed, and they disappeared. Presently I saw the young man again with some tools in his hand cross the field behind the cottage. The girl was also busied, sometimes in the house, sometimes in the yard. On examining my dwelling, I found that one of the windows of the cottage had formerly occupied a part of it, but the panes had been filled up with wood. In one of these was a small, almost imperceptible chink through which the eye could just penetrate. Through this crevice, a small room was visible, whitewashed and clean, but very bare of furniture. In one corner, near a small fire, sat an old man, leaning his head in his hands in a disconsolate attitude. The young girl was occupied in arranging the cottage, but presently she took something out of a drawer, which employed her hands, and she sat down beside the old man, who, taking up an instrument, began to play and produce sounds sweeter than the voice of the thrush or the nightingale. It was a lovely sight, even to me, poor wretch, who had never beheld aught beautiful before. The silver hair and benevolent countenance of the aged cottager won my reverence, while the gentle manners of the girl enticed my love. He played a sweet mournful air, which I perceived drew tears from the eyes of his amiable companion, of which the old man took no notice until she sobbed audibly. He then pronounced a few sounds, and the fair creature, leaving her work, knelt at his feet. He raised her and smiled with such kindness and affection. I felt sensations of a peculiar and overpowering nature. They were a mixture of pain and pleasure, such as I had never before experienced, from cold or hunger, warmth or food, and I withdrew from the window, unable to bear the emotions. Soon after this, the young man returned, bearing on his shoulders a load of wood. The girl met him at the door, helped to relieve him of his burden, and taking some of the fuel into the cottage, placed it on the fire. Then she and the youth went apart to a nook of the cottage, and he showed her a large loaf and a piece of cheese. She seemed pleased and went into the garden for some roots and plants, which she placed in water, and then, upon the fire, she afterwards continued her work, while the young man went into the garden and appeared busily employed in digging and pulling up roots. After he had been employed thus about an hour, the young woman joined him, and they entered the cottage together. The old man had in the meantime been pensive, but on the appearance of his companions he assumed a more cheerful air, and they sat to eat. The meal was quickly dispatched. The young woman was again occupied in arranging the cottage. The old man walked before the cottage in the sun for a few moments, leaning on the arm of the youth. Nothing could exceed in beauty the contrast between these two excellent creatures. One was old, with silver hairs and a countenance beaming with benevolence and love. The younger was slight and graceful in his figure. His features were molded with the finest symmetry, yet his eyes and attitude expressed the utmost sadness and despondency. The old man returned to the cottage, and the youth, with tools different from those he had used in the morning, directed his steps across the field. Night quickly shut in, but to my extreme wonder, I found that the cottagers had a means of prolonging light by the use of tapers, and was delighted to find that the setting of the sun did not put an end to the pleasure I experienced in watching my human neighbors. In the evening, the young girl and her companion were employed in various occupations which I did not understand, and the old man again took up the instrument which produced the divine sounds that had enchanted me in the morning. So soon had he finished, the youth began, not to play, but to utter sounds that were monotonous, and neither resembled the harmony of the old man's instruments, nor the songs of the birds. I since found that he read aloud, but at that time I knew nothing of the science of words or letters. The family, after having been thus occupied for a short time, extinguished their lights and retired, as I conjectured, to rest. Ah! Chapter 12. We're almost halfway. Okay, so in that chapter, he's basically describing like how he survived and also his first opportunity to like observe people and become fascinated with people, but feel like deeply lonely as well. Let's go. Let's go. I'm reading Frankenstein. We're going to be reading one more chapter because my throat is giving up. He paved the way for how he, a baby, learned to read. So true. And did you know, if you follow our link today and check out our Tiltify campaign, raising money for Room to Read, you too can help babies learn to read. I'm kidding. It's a literacy group. It's an education group. I like your summaries. It helps people follow the narrative. I'm glad. Yeah, so he, for the first time, is like, okay, so, you know, I'm observing a family. He recognizes what he thinks is like, you know, at the time he didn't have words for it, but he, you know, is attracted to the young woman that's in the house. He finds something like beautifully haunting about the old man and how the old man moves around the home and how he affects the people around him. Well, he's not done with his story. Remember, he's not done. We got all this. Look. He's still talking, man. Yeah, well, it's, you know, Mary Shelley also uses a lot of words that we don't use a ton anymore. He said, homie, sit down. I'm gonna tell you what I've been up to since you built me. And he's taking the stage. He said, homie, sit right there. I'm going to tell you everything I've been up to.
And we're on chapter 2 of that. Yes, I agree. The movies generally don't have the same like Frankenstein's monster is a very tragic creature, right? He's around long enough to recognize what it's like to long for community and to have no one else like him, to be shunned merely because someone decided to bring him into the world, you know? He had to speedrun human development. He had to learn how to survive in the wild, had to learn how to interact with other people. Because of his scars and build, people immediately are freaked out by him. Yeah, which is not his fault. Like it or not, he is a person that was brought into being. I'm realizing. Hold on. Well, I won't futz with it. You see how his nails are see-through? That's because in the actual picture, his nails are bright green. And I was like, oh, they're getting keyed out. Okay. Chapter 12. Our final chapter of the night. God.
I lay on my straw, but I could not sleep. I thought of the occurrences of the day. What chiefly struck me was the gentle manners of these people, and I longed to join them but dared not. I remembered too well the treatment I had suffered the night before from the barbarous villagers, and resolved whatever course of conduct I might hereafter think it right to pursue, that for the present I would remain quietly in my hovel, watching and endeavoring to discover the motives which influence their actions. The cottagers arose the next morning before the sun. The young woman arranged the cottage and prepared the food. The youth departed after the first meal. The day was passed in the same routine as that which preceded it. The young man was constantly employed out of doors, the girl in various laborious occupations within. The old man, whom I soon perceived to be blind, employed his leisure hours on his instrument or in contemplation. Nothing could exceed the love and respect which the younger cottagers exhibited toward their venerable companion. They performed toward him every little office of affection and duty with gentleness, and he rewarded them by his benevolent smiles. They were not entirely happy. The young man and his companion often went apart and appeared to weep. I saw no cause for their unhappiness, but I was deeply affected by it. If such lovely creatures were miserable, it was less strange that I, an imperfect and solitary being, should be wretched. Yet why were these gentle beings unhappy? They possessed a delightful house, for such it was in my eyes, every luxury, They had a fire to warm them when chill and delicious viands when hungry. They were dressed in excellent clothes, and still more, they enjoyed one another's company and speech, interchanging each day looks of affection and kindness. What did their tears imply? Did they really express pain? I was at first unable to solve these questions, but perpetual attention and time explained to me many appearances which were at first enigmatic. A considerable period elapsed before I discovered one of the causes of the uneasiness of this amiable family. It was poverty, and they suffered that evil in a very distressing degree. Their nourishment consisted entirely of the vegetables of their garden and the milk of one cow, which gave very little during the winter when its masters could scarcely procure food to support it. They often, I believe, suffered the pangs of hunger very pointedly, especially the two younger cottagers, for several times they placed food before the old man when they reserved none for themselves. This trait of kindness moved me sensibly. I had been accustomed during the night to steal a part of their store for my own consumption. When I found that in doing this I inflicted pain on the cottagers, I abstained and satisfied myself with berries, nuts, and roots, which I gathered from the neighboring wood. I discovered also another means through which I was enabled to assist their labors. I found that the youth spent a great part of each day in collecting wood for the family fire, and during the night I often took his tools, the use of which I quickly discovered, and brought home firings sufficient for the consumption of several days. I remember the first time I did this, the young woman, when she opened the door in the morning, appeared greatly astonished, seeing a great pile of wood outside. She uttered some words in a loud voice. The youth joined her, who also expressed surprise. I observed with pleasure that he did not go to the forest that day, but spent it in repairing the cottage and cultivating the garden. By degrees, I made a discovery of still greater moment. I found that these people possessed a method of communicating their experience and feelings to one another by articulate sounds. I perceived that the words they spoke sometimes produced pleasure or pain, smiles or sadness in the minds and countenances of the hearers. This was indeed a godlike science, and I ardently desired to become acquainted with it, but I was baffled in every attempt I made for this purpose. Their pronunciation was quick, the words they uttered not having any apparent connection with visible objects. I was unable to discover any clue by which I could unravel the mystery of their reference. By great application, however, and after having remained during the space of several revolutions of the moon in my hovel, I discovered the names that were given to some of the most familiar objects of discourse. I learned and applied the words fire, milk, bread, and wood. I learned the names of the cottagers themselves. The youth and his companion had each of them several names. The old man only had one, which was father. The girl was called sister or Agatha, and the youth Felix, brother or son. I cannot describe the delight I felt when I learned the ideas appropriated to each of these sounds and was able to pronounce them. I distinguished several other words without being able as yet to understand or apply them, such as good, dearest, unhappy. I spent the winter in this manner. The gentle manners and beauty of the cottagers greatly endeared them to me. When they were unhappy, I felt depressed, and when they rejoiced, I sympathized in their joys. I saw few human beings beside them, and if any other happened to enter the cottage, their harsh manners and rude gait enhanced to me the superior accomplishments of my friends. The old man, I could perceive, often endeavored to encourage his children, as sometimes I found that he called them to cast off their melancholy. He would talk in a cheerful accent, with expressions of goodness that bestowed pleasure even upon me. Agatha listened with respect, her eyes sometimes filled with tears, which she endeavored to wipe away unperceived. But I generally found that her countenance and tone were more cheerful after having listened to the exhortations of her father. It was not thus with Felix. He was always the saddest of the group, and even to my unpracticed senses, he appeared to have suffered more deeply than his friends. But if his countenance was more sorrowful, his voice was more cheerful than that of his sister, especially when he addressed the old man. Pause. Oh my God, we're so close. Oh my God, we're so close. We're so close. We're so close. We're doing it. I could mention innumerable instances which, although slight, marked the dispositions of these amiable cottagers in the midst of poverty and want. Felix carried with pleasure to his sister the first little white flower that peeped out. Bro. The knocking one is so weird because the first knock is in the right ear and the second knock is in the left ear. It's weird. Oh my god. You got this! Woo! Okay. Early in the morning, before she had risen, he cleared away the snow that obstructed her path to the milk house, drew water from the well, and brought the wood from the outhouse, where, to his perpetual astonishment, he found his store always replenished by an invisible hand. In the day, I believe, he worked sometimes for a neighboring farmer. He often went forth and did not return until dinner, yet brought no wood with him. At other times he worked in the garden, but as there was little to do in the frosty season, he read to the old man and Agatha. This reading had puzzled me extremely at first, but by degrees I discovered he uttered many of the same sounds when he read as when he talked. I conjectured, therefore, he found on the paper signs for speech which he understood, and I ardently longed to comprehend these also. But how was that possible when I did not even understand the sounds for which they stood as signs? I improved, however, sensibly in this science, but not sufficiently to follow up any kind of conversation, although I applied in my whole mind to the endeavor. I easily perceived that although I eagerly longed to discover myself to the cottagers, I ought not to make the attempt until I had first become master of their language, which knowledge might enable me to make them overlook the deformity of my figure, for with this also the contrast perpetually presented to my eyes had me acquainted. I had admired the perfect forms of my cottagers, their grace, beauty, and delicate complexions, but how was I terrified when I viewed myself in a transparent pool? At first, I started back, unable to believe that it was indeed I who was reflected in the mirror. And when I became fully convinced that I was in reality the monster that I am, I was filled with the bitterest sensations of despondence and mortification. Alas, I did not yet entirely know the fatal effects of this miserable deformity. As the sun became warmer and the light of day longer, the snow vanished, and I beheld the bare trees and the black earth. From this time, Felix was more employed. The heart-moving indications of impending famine disappeared. Their food, as I afterwards found, was coarse, but it was wholesome. They procured a sufficiency of it. Several new kinds of plants sprang up in the garden, which they dressed, and these signs of comfort increased daily as the season advanced. The old man, leaning on his son, walked each day at noon, when it did not rain, as I found it was called, when the heavens pour forth its waters. This frequently took place, but a high wind was quickly dried the earth, and the season became far less pleasant than it had been. My mode of life in my hovel was uniform. During the morning I attended the motions of cottagers, and when they were dispersed in various occupations I slept. The remainder of the day was spent in observing my friends. When they had retired to rest, if there was any moon or night with starlight, I went into the woods and collected my own food and fuel for the cottage. When I returned as often as it was necessary, I cleared their path from the snow and performed those offices that I had seen done by Felix. I found that these labors, performed by an invisible hand, greatly astonished them, and I once or twice heard them on these occasions utter the words "good spirit," "wonderful," but I did not then understand the significance of these terms. My thoughts now became more active, and I longed to discover the motives and feelings of these lovely creatures. I was inquisitive to know why Felix appeared so miserable and Agatha so sad. I thought, foolish wretch, that it might be in my power to restore happiness to these deserving people. When I slept or was absent, the forms of the venerable blind father, the gentle Agatha, the excellent Felix flitted before me. I looked upon them as superior beings who would be the arbiters of my future destiny. I formed in my imagination 1,000 pictures, presenting myself to them and their reception of me. I imagined they would be disgusted until by my gentle demeanor and conciliating words, I should first win their favor and afterwards their love. These thoughts exhilarated me and led me to apply with fresh ardor to the acquiring art of the language. My organs were indeed harsh but supple, and although my voice was very unlike the soft music of their tones, I produced such words as I understood with tolerable ease. It was as the ass and the lapdog, yet surely the gentle ass whose intentions were affectionate, although his manners were rude, deserved better treatment than blows and excretion. The pleasant showers and genial warmth of spring greatly altered the aspect of the earth. Men who before this change seemed to have been hid in caves dispersed themselves and were employed in various arts of cultivation. The birds sang in more cheerful tones, and the leaves began to bud forth on the trees. Happy, happy earth, fit habitation for gods, which so short a time before was bleak, damp, and unwholesome. My spirits were elevated by the enchanting appearance of nature. The past was blotted from my memory. The present was tranquil, and the future gilded by bright rays of hope and anticipations of joy. Hot dog. I think that's as far as I can go, gang. I think that's it. Because my throat is giving up. But, as established... Oh my god! Oh! Very well timed. No, go away. Oh my gosh, you're just doing all of them. So, we will be continuing this next weekend. I'll make sure that Saturday works. I think it should. We were gonna do tomorrow to finish it up, but that doesn't give anybody enough time. It's too short of notice when this was gonna be one stream. I really had a lot of confidence in myself that was unfounded. But also, we reread a chapter a few times, so which is built in. That's part of the whole thing, you know? But hey, we reached over half of our goal. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Again, as I said before, I highly encourage you to check out Room to Read. See if it aligns with your values. Check them out on Charity Watch or other similar things. You know, always feel free to do your research if you're interested in donating, but you want to be sure that, you know, it's somewhere you want your money going to. Almost at a whole ass 7 hours. That's impressive. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we've reached the point where I read a few words and my throat's like, stop that. Yeah, I won't be streaming tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. And we've got no Sunforge tomorrow either. We gotta make these babies literate. We gotta make them literate, man. Yeah, we'll finish it up on Halloween weekend. I think that works. I think that works just fine. That also gives us time to, you know, get some important things like a huge man emote and, you know, all of that. And only fell asleep once, right? I only fell asleep once, guys. That's pretty good for me, you know? All right, let's read the activity feed real fast. Duo Nico, thank you for the 57 months. Junior is Junior for the 5 years. Happy anniversary. KH Fan for the 29. Leonscape for the 125. Stella Shine for the 22. Vorinuvos for the 67. Ivan for the 67 as well.
I Ozai, thank you for the 20. Harper, thank you for the 56. Geek Step for the 126. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Let's go to this screen. You guys can shoot some ghosts while I'm figuring out where we're gonna go. Where am I sending you guys? Haba 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 ba 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 ba. Haba 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 ba 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 ba. Let's go say hi to Bronze Girl. Go say hi, spread love and joy. Thank you all very much for watching. I will see you on Monday. Take care. Bye-bye.